The Rise of America 1620. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 176: The Evil Duo. According to intelligence, a number of ships have appeared in Manhattan waters. The people on these ships don't look like good guys, and when they land in Manhattan, they won't buy anything. Song-Hu and his men have long noticed this, but they've never taken any action. After all, Song-Hu believes the presence of pirates is beneficial to Manhattan. The pirates' presence can divert attention away from Manhattan. Pirates steal their cargo, and those pirates will inevitably fight them to the death. Meanwhile, pirates robbing merchant ships from various countries will inevitably affect their tax revenues. Therefore, various countries will temporarily shift their attention to these pirates, which will alleviate some of the pressure on Manhattan. Recently, envoys from many countries have been visiting Zhangtai daily, hoping that Zhangtai's umbrella company can develop more favorable policies. These Europeans are not fools. After just a short time in Manhattan, they've already identified Manhattan's weakness, its lack of seagoing vessels, leaving them powerless to retaliate against attacks from the sea. While Manhattan Strait boasts dozens of artillery batteries, how many ships can they withstand? One or two might be enough, but facing an attack of hundreds, Manhattan is helpless. Of course, those attacking from the sea wouldn't gain any advantage, as Manhattan's army remains formidable. However, Manhattan's weak naval forces are a boon for the Europeans. For this reason, some daring individuals even attempt to threaten Zhangtai verbally. Zhangtai, of course, responds forcefully, beating them up on the spot and restricting their nation's trade rights. But this won't last forever. Without a vast naval force under his command, Zhao Hongai will ultimately struggle. Manhattan's current shipyards are unable to produce warships, a significant problem. Even with the power of a cloak, without a carpenter, a ship can't be built instantly. Even a blueprint wouldn't cut it. However, the emergence of pirates could alleviate Manhattan's current predicament. Don't notify them yet. Let's wait until there are more pirates in the nearby waters, Song-Hu said to Zhangtai with a sly grin. Personally, I hope more pirates come. We can rob those Europeans more and let their wares sink to the bottom of the sea along with their ships. That way, we can maintain our ceramics price advantage. After all, scarcity makes things valuable. This guy is so mean, he actually wants the Europeans to fight each other. But I like this idea and I support it. Zhangtai also smirked at this. You're right. Why should we notify those Europeans? Let them fight each other. The British have plundering permits, and now the Spanish have them too. The Dutch are not bad either. Even the Portuguese, the Swedes, and the French have them. It would be better if they all fought each other. The pressure on us would be much less, Zhangtai said to Song-Hu with a smile. Song-Hu raised his hand, stroking his smooth chin. He then said, by the time they decide the winner, I think we'll be able to build warships here. It won't be too late to retake control of the sea then. This will buy us some time. At this point, Song-Hu and Zhangtai couldn't help but sigh. Pirates are such good people. So, why don't we have someone make contact with the pirates and provide them with intelligence to make their plundering easier? Zhangtai's eyes darted, and he immediately came up with a worse idea. He even considered muddying the waters to profit from them. What a good idea. Song-Hu chuckled, looking sideways at Zhangtai in agreement, and nodded. That's a great suggestion. We can definitely muddy the waters even more. It'll add some uncertainty to the Europeans' business, and let them know that making money comes with some risk. It was impossible for Song-Hu and his friends to be unimpressed by the Europeans making exorbitant profits from their operations. They were simply short on warships, so they had no choice but to let the Europeans reap the profits. If Manhattan had its own warships, the Europeans wouldn't have gotten to reap these profits. At most, they'd just be buying cheap old rice for the Europeans. As for the most profitable trade in spices, porcelain, and low-quality tea, Song-Hu and his men were determined to control it. There was no doubt about that. Don't we have a mafia under the intelligence department? Find some people to contact those pirates. I think the pirates would be very happy to have them. Meanwhile, The mafia under the intelligence department could earn a lot of money from the pirates, which would help ease the financial pressure on the intelligence department. Zhang Tai's smile grew. The intelligence department wasn't under any financial pressure at all. Manhattan's economy was incredibly strong, and there weren't any problems at all. It could be said that the economy of a small European country was far stronger than that of a small European country. Most importantly, Manhattan had no debt problem. Unlike those European countries, whose royal families were burdened with debts and yet still feigned aristocracy. Stripped of their disguises, those nobles and royals were nothing but penniless wretches. Of course, the people of Manhattan wouldn't be satisfied with a little money. Given the opportunity to earn even more, why would they pass it up? Okay, I'll talk to the intelligence department right away. But Wang Shen is accompanying His Highness to the Great Lakes region, so I can't guarantee whether the intelligence department will accept our proposal. Song Hu agreed, then reminded Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry about that. As long as the people in the intelligence department aren't idiots, they should know what to do." Song Hu thought about it and agreed. He didn't need to worry about that. He figured anyone who joined the intelligence department wouldn't be a brain-dead idiot. So, his worries were unnecessary. Alright, let's not discuss this anymore. I'll talk to the intelligence department. Song Hu stood up, walked to the small bar in the corner of his office, and returned with a bottle of rum and a glass he'd purchased from a Spanish merchant. He uncorked the bottle and placed the glass in front of Song Hu and next to his own seat, then poured half a glass each. "Your Highness, what do you think of going to the Great Lakes region?" Song Hu brought up the topic. Zhang Tai picked up the glass in front of him, brought it to his lips, took a sip, and then put it down. "This strategy is correct. The Great Lakes region is more abundant in resources, and we must control it. If we can drive the French away, that would be even better." Zhang Tai expressed his opinion. Song Hu returned to his seat and said to Zhang Tai, "Well, with the Great Lakes as the center, we can build a city that can radiate to the surrounding areas. Then, all of Canada will be ours." Song Hu still knew something about Zhao Hongayu's plan. "Although your Highness has a cheat, there is also a drawback. After he leaves Manhattan City, we can no longer enjoy the benefits of the cheat." Zhang Tai smiled wryly at the question. Song Hu's perspective on this question differed from Zhang Tai's. He said with a relaxed expression, "It doesn't matter. Manhattan City is now on the right track. We can operate normally even without your Highness's plug-in. Besides, His Majesty purchased a large amount of porcelain from his castle before he left, and the warehouses outside the city are stocked with grain and other goods, enough for us to sell for a year." With that, Song Hu downed his rum in one gulp and set down his glass. "You can't have your Highness stay in Manhattan City forever. If he doesn't go to the Great Lakes region himself, how can we settle the genetically modified people there? Besides, the construction there, whether it's cement or bricks, requires your Highness to personally handle it." After listening to Song Hu's words, Zhang Tai nodded silently. He was of course well aware of this. Zhao Hongayu's space-time trader, in order to sell the goods of this space-time to the virtual world, had to verify that the goods belonged to him and were within a 50-meter range. The virtual goods purchased, even when transferred to this world, could not exceed a 1-kilometer radius. This presented a significant challenge. Therefore, if Zhao Hongai wanted to develop the Great Lakes region, he would have to personally arrive there. Only in this way could he transfer the goods purchased from the virtual world to the Great Lakes region and quickly build a city there. Furthermore, the genetically modified humans would be able to appear in the Great Lakes region as quickly as possible after Zhao Hongayu's cultivation. Furthermore, they would remain undetected by the Iroquois and French for a period of time. By then, when everything was ready, even if the French and Iroquois wanted to drive them away, it would be impossible. "I hope your Highness is doing well in the Great Lakes region. As long as we can control the Great Lakes region, we will have a relatively stable and secure territory." Song Hu's gaze deepened, and his tone became a little melancholic. Although Manhattan City had a strong military presence, Song Hu felt it was still not very stable. Firstly, due to the lack of naval defenses, Manhattan was always exposed to threats from the sea. Meanwhile, the British in southern Virginia were a thorn in Song Hu's side. And this winter, a new group of British colonists arrived in the empty space between Manhattan and Virginia. They occupied that land and named it Pennsylvania. This made Song Hu very uncomfortable. After all, Song Hu and his people already considered the land on the American continent their own. Now the British had taken over another piece of it. How could he feel comfortable? Moreover, Song Hu was a deeply angry young man, which made him even more upset. It was just that Manhattan was currently experiencing rapid development, and they were focused on construction rather than war. Otherwise, Song Hu would have undoubtedly led his army to drive the British in Pennsylvania and Virginia into the sea. Glancing at Song Hu, Zhang Tai smiled. We understand your intentions, and so does your highness. But we don't need war right now. Let the British in Pennsylvania stay for a while. Once we've established stability. Do you think your highness will still let them run wild in America? Understanding Zhao Hongyu, Zhang Tai consoled Song Hu. Why are these guys suddenly here in the middle of winter? Song Hu asked wistfully. Zhang Tai curled his lips and said, I guess they're coming for us. I don't think they have good intentions. But for now, ignore them and see what they do. It turned out that after Zhao Hongyu left Manhattan, a large number of British had suddenly landed in northern Virginia, the southern tip of Manhattan. They had set up camp there, apparently intending to settle there permanently. The local leader had even sent someone to inform Manhattan. Because the border between Manhattan and Virginia didn't include that area, the British had taken advantage of a loophole. However, Song Hu didn't acknowledge the British occupation of the Pennsylvania land. He simply acknowledged it was temporarily for British settlement and would be taken back later. The British, of course, disagreed with Manhattan's claim, and the matter is still being debated. Regardless, the fact that the British had occupied the area was a fact. Manhattan, unwilling to engage in war and seeking stable development, had temporarily sided with the British. However, both Song Hu and Zhang Tai knew that, if conditions permitted, Manhattan would undoubtedly dispatch troops to sweep all the Europeans in North America into the sea. This was because His Highness Zhao Hongyu's greed for the American continent was far greater than that of the Europeans themselves. As for Central and South America, if the Europeans in North America were driven out, would the Europeans in these two regions remain? Clearly, that was impossible. Everything depends on His Majesty. As long as he develops the Great Lakes region well, everything will be fine. I estimate that after next year, we'll be strong. Zhang Tai's eyes were filled with longing. Song Hu sighed, but whether we can maintain stable development over the next year is a question. I've heard the Iroquois Indians are not easy to deal with. Song Hu had been gathering a lot of intelligence about the Iroquois lately. The more he inquired, the more worried he became. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please register as a member of the literary community. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 177, We Need to Prepare First. No matter how worried Song Hu and Zhang Tai were, there was nothing they could do now. The domain name is the full spelling of name. Please remember this site's domain name. Zhao Hongyu and Emma's group had already set off, hadn't they? All they could do now was pray that their highness wouldn't encounter any danger. Of course, Zhao Hongyu and his group were accompanied by 600 guards. Even if the Iroquois wanted to do something, Zhao Hongyu could easily escape. Besides, in a critical moment, His Highness could use the space-time trader to cultivate a batch of genetically modified humans to serve as cannon fodder. Cheap Gurkhas or Indian genetically modified humans are both good candidates for cannon fodder. Therefore, the probability of an accident is low. With this in mind, the two felt a little more reassured. Afterwards, they chatted for a while before parting ways, each going about their own business. Song Hu didn't have much to do, aside from managing military activities and public security in Manhattan. As long as no one caused trouble, he had a lot of free time. Zhang Tai was the busiest person. After all, he was now the manager of Umbrella Corporation. With the increasing number of merchant ships passing through Manhattan, the company's operations were becoming increasingly complex. Add to that the shipyard, the grazing on Manhattan Island, and the land reclamation plan, and Zhang Tai was far busier than Song Hu. Zhang Tai himself said he was so busy he didn't even have time to fart. Although he had several managers under him, none of them had gotten up to speed, so he had to keep up. If he wanted to relax, he needed to train his subordinates and have them help manage various areas of the company. After Zhang Tai left Song Hu called over his adjutant. Notify the urban planning office to come over. I need to inquire about the biogas development. The adjutant snapped to attention, accepted the order, and left. A short while later, a Chinese geneticist arrived at Song Hu's office. Song Hu's office was located on the side of Zhao Hongyu's Manhattan Castle. This is a 3-story building, covering 50 acres. In Song Hu's words, this is the Empire's Pentagon, the highest military institution. Well, That's the situation for now. If Zhao Hongyu establishes himself in the Great Lakes and builds a larger city as a base, this place will be abandoned. At most, it will be a local office. As the empire's highest military institution, it's still far from what Song Hu imagined. Sir, what do you want to talk to me about? This Jin person was a surviving veteran of the first conflict with the British. Because of their outstanding performance, most of the Jin people who survived that conflict have entered government service, becoming heads of some departments. This is unavoidable, as Zhao Hongyu and his team are currently short of personnel. Moreover, compared to other Jin people, these Jin people, who have experienced blood and fire, have a strong sense of identity and are also very angry, are the best leadership choices. Hearing this, Song Hu collected his thoughts. Oh, I came to ask you about the development of biogas, Song Hu said. There are already a lot of toilets in the city, and those old men who collect sewage have been collecting it every day for a long time. I had to ask about it. When Manhattan was being planned, biogas tanks were already in the planning. And they were built along with it. Zhao Hongyu and his team considered that with so many people in Manhattan, the daily excretion would be enormous. And if used well, this excrement could be a considerable asset. Besides, farming requires farmyard manure. It's much more effective than chemical fertilizers, and it helps crops and vegetables grow better. Of course, that assumes you don't want to use all the land you grow crops on to irrigate it, otherwise, you won't be able to eat anything. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hongyu. He preferred to support a future where crops and vegetables were grown solely with organic fertilizer, rather than those videos featuring genetically modified crops and the addition of various additives. It was for this reason that Manhattan City began planning the treatment and utilization of manure. This not only ensured Manhattan's sanitation, but also allowed it to be used to grow food and produce biogas. Biogas, after all, can be used to generate fuel gas, which can be burned and used for future use. With such favorable conditions, not utilizing them would be a real shame. Sir, everything is going smoothly. We've filled the biogas tank with manure and some plants, but it's winter now, so biogas production won't begin until spring, the geneticist replied. Song Hu nodded. Well, you should inform your subordinates to be careful. This stuff could explode if mishandled. Although the biogas tank is quite far from the city, an explosion could damage underground pipes, which is not a good thing. Song Hu was satisfied with the progress, but he did offer a final reminder, urging them to be mindful of safety concerns. The Jin man responded, promising to prioritize this issue. Song Hu waved his hand. You may leave. I'll follow up with you later to inquire about the progress. Knowing what he wanted to know, Song Hu lost interest. Well, sir, I'll be leaving first. The Jin man understood and took his leave. After the Jin man left, Song Hu emerged from behind his desk and opened the door. A gust of cold wind blew in from outside, and Song Hu took a deep breath. Not far away, one could see Manhattan's harbor and docks, the Strait, and Manhattan Island. The view is quite beautiful. Standing at the edge, Song Hu admired the scenery before turning and leaving the office. Although it was winter, the soldiers' military training could not be relaxed. Who knew if His Highness's visit to the Great Lakes region and his encounter with the Iroquois Indians would spark a new war? No one could predict such a thing, so to be on the safe side, Song Hu decided it was best to train the soldiers. This would prevent them from becoming useless during the winter. Notify all officers at all levels of the military, we're conducting a month-long military training exercise, Song Hu shouted loudly in the hallway as he emerged from his office. As Song Hu's order was issued, all the military personnel began to bustle about. While Song Hu was preparing for the military training exercise, Zhang Tai returned to Umbrella Corporation, checking the accounts and meeting with the businessmen. Manhattan remained operational even without Zhao Hongyu, which was why he could leave without worry. On Manhattan Island, although a thick blanket of snow covered the ground, the cattle and sheep could still leisurely plow through the snow to graze on the grass beneath. These cattle and sheep, purchased by Zhao Hongyu from the space-time trader, had been frolicking since arriving in this era. It was as if they, too, could sense the difference in this era. The unpolluted grass was untouched, and they loved it. Of course, all of this was nonsense. They were just animals, how could they possibly understand such things? But one thing was true, these cattle and sheep, free range on the plains of Manhattan Island, truly loved it. It's not because of pollution or anything like that, but rather because the grass here is plentiful and abundant. Furthermore, the Mohawk herders treat the animals very well. Therefore, the cattle and sheep here are doing quite well. But how could anyone possibly understand the thoughts and feelings of the cattle and sheep? Black Bear's wife is now the largest rancher on Manhattan Island. Her own cattle and sheep, along with those owned by Zhao Hongyu, are managed by her parents-in-law. The combined herds of the two families number nearly 30,000 head. 80% of these belong to Zhao Hongyu, and to tend them, Black Bear's family has hired a number of other Mohawk women and children. Since they have nothing else to do, many of them come to help herd. Their salaries aren't too high, just 6 silver coins per month. Black Bear isn't responsible for this money, it's entirely Zhao Hongyu's responsibility. You see, besides the dividends from Umbrella Corporation and the Royal Treasury, there's also the money. Zhao Hongyu also had a small, completely personal treasury, specifically for his own savings. This amount was substantial, and even a modest salary from herding cattle could easily cover it. Meanwhile, on Manhattan Island, Black Bear and other Mohawk families helped Zhao Hongyu raise some war horses purchased from Europe. War horses were a scarce commodity in Manhattan, and relying solely on imports from Europe was simply not feasible. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu decided to raise his own war horses, with a goal of later forming a cavalry. Since he already had cattle and sheep, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a herd of war horses. Snap! Snap! The Mohawk shepherd boy, wearing a green cotton coat, swung his whip. Hearing the whip's crack, the sheep bleated and began to turn in the opposite direction, following his command. About 100 meters away from the flock, a herd of cows grazed beneath the snow. Meanwhile, some calves clung to their mother's sides, constantly leaning forward to lap up their milk. Hey, hundreds of calves were born this winter. Our herd will be expanding in a few years. That's fantastic. Black Bear, astride a black warhorse, grinned happily as he surveyed the herds of cattle and sheep that belonged to him and his son-in-law. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please register as a member on the literary community. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 178 Men's Affairs. Nowadays, in addition to hunters, more Mohicans have come to Manhattan Island to herd their livestock. They prefer this lifestyle to the rigid regimen of military life. Even Black Bear himself agrees. Of course, these Mohicans retain their military status under the Song Empire, though they're not currently in the army. However, if the Empire goes to war, they'll enlist and fight if the call is issued. The Mohicans agree on this. After all, Zhao Hongyu married the daughter of their leader, Emma, and Zhao Hongyu is a Mohican. Furthermore, since all the Mohicans have now defected to the Song Empire, it's only natural for them to fight for it. However, since they run accustomed to military life, the Mohicans have transitioned to militia. When there's no war, they can choose the lifestyle they prefer. And because of Emma, Zhao Hongyu has also provided the Mohicans with a livelihood security plan by allowing them to become ranchers. He's given them their own property, allowing them to live a stable life. Zhao Hongyu, of course, made this announcement in Emma's name. After all, she was now his wife. It was only right that Emma gain a good reputation, which would bolster her support among the Mohicans. Furthermore, after marrying Zhao Hongyu, Emma was revered as a queen by the Indians of the Manhattan area, so Zhao Hongyu needed Emma's reputation to be high among them. This year is just the beginning, next year will be even better for us, Black Bear's wife said, a smile on her face. Black Bear and his wife looked after their herds of cattle and sheep daily, and every moment they saw them, they felt a surge of satisfaction. With these animals, they no longer needed to hunt. Because they constantly gave birth to new calves and lambs, they could earn a substantial profit by selling a portion of the mature ones each year. And because the cattle and sheep were their own, they could simply capture one from their own herd if they wanted meat, eliminating the need for risky hunting. This life was all brought to him by his son-in-law. Thinking of this, Black Bear couldn't help but feel thankful. Thanks to meeting Zhao Hongyu and marrying his daughter to him, he had achieved such a happy life, and the lives of the Mohicans had also greatly improved. He knew only the Mohicans enjoyed such treatment, the other Indians who later joined the empire didn't. To survive, they had no choice but to join the army, hunt, or trade. The Mohicans couldn't live as comfortably. Catch a lamb. I want roast lamb for dinner today, Black Bear said to the shepherd boy. The young Mohican shepherd boy, hired by Black Bear, immediately rushed into the flock and selected a lamb. Ever since Zhao Hongyu invented the 13 spice and bulk spices, the Mohicans' diet has expanded with a new dish, roast lamb. Yes, With the spices, roast lamb is incredibly delicious. Anyone who has tasted food with these spices will never forget it. You have to know that before Zhao Hongyu arrived in Manhattan, the Mohicans simply ate food with a little salt, not even cooked at all. Often, their food didn't even contain any salt, which was a truly horrible sight. But after Zhao Hongyu arrived in Manhattan, the Mohicans discovered that food could be prepared this way, and that it could be so delicious. Furthermore, many young geneticists are now marrying Mohican women, and from these geneticists, many Mohicans have learned a variety of cooking techniques. The Mohican diet is no longer as monotonous as it once was. All of this is the result of the changes brought about by Zhao Hongyu and his geneticists. However, due to the scarcity of food in Manhattan, many delicious dishes haven't yet been realized. But everyone is confident that they'll be able to plant some vegetables next spring. Zhao Hongyu has already purchased seeds, so now they just have to wait for spring to arrive. The shepherd boy caught a lamb and ran back quickly. Black Bear sat on his horse, smiling as he bent down and took the lamb from the shepherd boy's hands. "All right, you continue herding. I'll be back soon." With that, he gestured to his wife, turned his horse and galloped towards the Mohawk settlement. His wife followed closely behind, urging her horse to keep pace. The couple quickly returned to the Mohawk settlement on Manhattan Island. The current Mohawk settlement is the original wooden camp built by Zhao Hongyu. After renovations and reinforcements, it has become a fortress made of wood and bricks. Most of the Mohawks live in the fort. Living here not only allows them to herd their livestock, but also serves as an armed force to defend Manhattan Island, killing two birds with one stone. Outside the fort are a large area of cattle and sheep pens. The size of the pens depends on the number of cattle and sheep, and the largest of them belongs to Black Bear. Black Bear's family employed a large staff, including women and children who helped with herding, as well as a number of British women. Most of them worked as helpers and servants in Black Bear's household. Who would have thought that an Indian household would employ white servants? But this wasn't unusual in Manhattan. "Master, you're back," said a stout man from Virginia, hired by Zhao Hongyu to serve as Black Bear's housekeeper. Seeing Black Bear on horseback from afar, he came to wait outside. Black Bear dismounted, tossed him the reins and lamb. "Tell the cook to roast lamb for dinner tonight. Tell him to work hard and prepare it well." Black Bear swaggered into his home, and the hired white women all bowed in greeting. "Yes, master," the stout housekeeper replied, handing the lamb to a maid and giving her a few instructions. Then he trotted after Black Bear. "Master, Lord Song-hu from Manhattan sent someone to see you, but you weren't there, so he left. He left a letter before he left." "Oh, let me see it," Black Bear said to the housekeeper. Nowadays, the Mohicans learn some writing every day, so in just 6 months, most of them can recognize some words. Although their teachers still consider them illiterate, they are certainly much better than before. At the very least, they have learned a lot of the characters that a first-grade student would need. As Zhao Hongyu's father-in-law and leader of the Plain White Banner, Black Bear was even more diligent in his studies, feeling he couldn't hold his son-in-law and daughter back. Besides, many children can do it, so why can't Black Bear do it too? Unlike the reluctant Mohicans, Black Bear was very proactive in learning. Therefore, he could understand ordinary letters. "I wonder what Song-hu sent here for? Could it be that there's something wrong between my daughter and her son-in-law?" Zhao Hongyu's mother-in-law said to her husband with some concern. She was well aware of Zhao Hongyu and Emma's trip to the Great Lakes region. Black Bear shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. If something went wrong, the men Song-hu sent wouldn't have left. It's probably nothing serious, so don't overthink it. Soon, the fat butler returned with a letter. The envelope was sealed with a red candle, emblazoned with a large dragon, the very image of the military wing of the Pentagon where Song-hu and his men were stationed. He opened the envelope, took out the letter, and examined it. "What's the matter?" Black Bear's wife asked. Black Bear waved the fat butler away, then said to his wife, "Song-hu is conducting a military exercise to train the soldiers, to prevent our son-in-law's nuclear power from provoking the Iroquois." He responded to his wife and nodded. Black Bear believed Song-hu's actions were completely necessary. It didn't matter if others didn't know, but he knew the Iroquois well. This vast tribe in the north wasn't one to be trifled with. Because of their strength, they were often unafraid to stir up trouble, even killing outsiders. In an era dominated by force and power, the Iroquois' dominance had its reasons. Their vast population and the sheer number of warriors available for battle made them a formidable force for other Indian tribes. This, in turn, led to the Iroquois' increasingly domineering and overbearing character. They believed they were superior to all others, and no one, not even the whites, could stand up to them. It seems I need to prepare, too. We'll collaborate with Song Hu on Manhattan Island and conduct military training. Not just for us Mohicans, but also for the warriors from other tribes who have defected, Black Bear said to his wife, walking over to a candle and lighting the letter. She breathed a sigh of relief when she heard her son-in-law and daughter were not in danger. That's your men's business. You can handle it yourself. A Mohican woman didn't meddle in men's affairs. For her, the only thing she cared about was the well-being of her husband, daughter, and son-in-law. She wouldn't bother with anything else. To be continued. Chapter 179. This is a strategic location. Your Highness, the destination ahead is the eastern side of Lake Ontario. Now that our journey is complete, we can begin construction here. After nearly 10 days of travel, Zhao Hongyu and his group finally arrived at their designated location, the eastern side of Lake Ontario. At Wang Shan's signal, the guards pulled the reins and halted their mounts in unison. The terrain on this side of Lake Ontario isn't a vast plain. Instead, it's a rolling mass of mountains, surrounded by endless, undulating peaks. Covered in a blanket of snow, it appears mysterious and magnificent. Zhao Hongyu and Emma also dismounted from the carriage and sat on the war horses led by Wang Shan. We haven't encountered any Iroquois along the way, which proves our decision to avoid them was the right one. I didn't want to come into contact with them so early, it wouldn't benefit us. It turned out that Zhao Hongyu and his group had deliberately avoided areas frequented by the Iroquois. So, when they arrived at Lake Ontario, they indeed encountered no Iroquois. Zhao Hongyu made this decision primarily due to the purpose of their voyage, to occupy the Great Lakes region. Contacting the Iroquois without a clear foundation and letting them know of their plans would be a disastrous outcome. The Iroquois would never allow them to achieve their goal so easily. After all, this was Iroquois territory, and the French had been blocked by them. How could Zhao Hongyu be an exception? To the Iroquois, Zhao Hongyu was also an outsider. While Zhao Hongyu could deceive them by claiming to be Indian, the Iroquois didn't care. They were different from the Mohicans. Zhao Hongyu was lucky. After making this decision, he indeed avoided any Iroquois encounters. However, reports from spies he had sent out had already informed him that Iroquois spies had appeared behind their forces. It was just that Zhao Hongyu's men had not made contact with him. But from this point, it was clear that as long as they set up camp, the Iroquois would appear soon. Forward. There's a small plain up ahead near the lake, and there's also the entrance to 2 mountains. We can set up camp there. It's easy to defend and difficult to attack, definitely a good spot. The terrain ahead had been explored long ago. So, Zhao Hongyu already had an idea of where to set up camp. The place he was referring to happened to be right at the easternmost point of Lake Ontario. There was a medium-sized plain on the lakeshore, and 2 mountains to the east of the plain, with a central passage for entry and exit. It was definitely a natural place to set up camp. Moreover, if they built a city in the future, it would also provide a natural mountain barrier. Any enemy who wanted to attack Zhao Hongyu and his men would have to pass through that mountain passage or from Lake Ontario. How could Zhao Hongyu not see such a natural location for building a city? Most importantly, it connects to the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, which leads directly to Lake Ontario and also to the northern estuary. Conquering that location would allow for the construction of a shipyard on Lake Ontario. Imperial warships could then easily attack French towns in Montreal and Quebec from the St. Lawrence River. French settlements were all built along the St. Lawrence. Therefore, with warships in control of the river, defeating the French would be a piece of cake. Beyond the northern estuary, further north lies Newfoundland. This location is a strategically important location, which is why Zhao Hongyu chose it. The team advanced swiftly, everyone realizing they had reached their destination. Once there, they could rest for a while. Your Highness, how much is left in your virtual account? Wang Shan asked quietly as he rode closer, noticing Emma's curious gaze. Zhao Hongyu quickly replied quietly, I still have 300 million RMB. This is what I earned when I left Manhattan, selling the timber and gold I'd accumulated over time. 300 million RMB might seem like a lot, but Wang Shan knew it wouldn't be enough once construction began. Your Highness, we can try to establish trade with the Iroquois. Or perhaps the French in Montreal.
Once we're strong, we can use force to force them, Wang Shan continued, his voice lowered. His message was clear: Zhao Hongyu should be more modest during the initial development phase. Once they had developed sufficient military strength, they could drop the veneer and engage in a war of conquest. Strictly speaking, there was nothing wrong with Wang Shan's proposal. Considering Zhao Hongyu's current situation, it was the only correct approach. Manhattan did have military strength, but they had just experienced war, so launching another major war would be unwise. At the same time, trade between Manhattan and Europe was expanding, leading to a steady influx of Europeans. Therefore, Manhattan needed a sufficient military force to maintain stability. Note: Zhao Hongyu cultivated over 9,000 genetic humans in Manhattan, but over 3,000 of them were female. This meant that, excluding the females, only around 5,000 were capable of combat. Of these 5,000, 1,000 were Marines, manning the only 4 ships defending Manhattan's waters. This left Zhao Hongyu with only 4,000 elite troops. This was comparable to the military strength the British once controlled in Virginia. Following the incorporation of the Mohicans and the winter outbreak of disease among Indian tribes, nearly all Indian tribes, large and small, in Manhattan joined the empire. This influx of tribes provided the empire with a cadre of Indian warriors. However, there was a challenge: the Indians were not accustomed to Zhao Hongyu's military system and the concept of full-time soldiers. The Mohicans were a case in point. Therefore, like the Mohicans, these Indians, under the guise of imperial soldiers, led their own lives. Only when war breaks out do these Indians enlist. Normally, they seek work near Manhattan, hunting or farming for the Mohicans to earn a living and support their families. Like the British, these Indians need to be mobilized before they can become soldiers. Manhattan itself has 15,000 of these citizen soldiers. Due to epidemics, the population of the Indian tribes surrounding Manhattan has dwindled significantly, resulting in a much smaller population than before. With a smaller population, there are fewer potential soldiers. This is unavoidable. Besides the Indians, many British expatriates from Virginia also expressed interest in joining Zhao Hongyu's forces and fighting for him. They were actually interested in the 12 large dragon coins per month, but Zhao Hongyu had no objection. The only problem was that Song Hu had stated that these Virginia recruits needed to be screened, trained, and indoctrinated before they could be used. Therefore, they couldn't be considered regular troops for the time being. The team quickly entered the mountain pass. Moving swiftly and without delay. The elk pulled the sled, white mist constantly emanating from their nostrils. They worked incredibly hard, striving to avoid being whipped. Lake Ontario boasted vast, lush forests, meaning Zhao Hongyu didn't have to worry about timber. This area could fully meet his construction needs. Furthermore, Lake Ontario was a freshwater lake, rich in freshwater fish, as well as numerous shellfish and crustaceans. The lake also provided a sufficient source of protein for the residents. It was truly a haven. Lake Ontario covered 7,250 square kilometers, had a shoreline of 1,380 kilometers, and reached a maximum depth of 244 meters. Lake Ontario at this time wasn't the heavily polluted Lake Ontario of later generations. Therefore, the fishery products of this era were perfectly safe to catch and consume: salmon, sunfish, trout, and even some lobster. And because it was fresh water, the water was drinkable without worry. Because the water from Lake Ontario during this era was completely uncontaminated and safe to drink, this would have been impossible in later times. This saved a lot of trouble, at least initially. Building a city would require wells. Otherwise, how could people even live in a city? Manhattan itself had numerous wells. Beyond the valley lay a dense, primeval forest, where pheasants, turkeys, and small animals occasionally made their presence known. Some courageous animals would even follow the group. At this time, humans were relatively few in the Americas, far from the later era, when wildlife was forced to leave no habitat. Therefore, the wildlife of that time was more daring. After passing through the passage, everyone's eyes were suddenly opened to a vast, flat plain. A rough estimate suggested that this plain was at least 10 square kilometers in area. Such an area was more than enough to build a city. The cliffs on either side of the valley offer some flat terrain, perfect for building forts to control the passage. Forts could also be built on the mountaintops to monitor the surrounding situation and prevent enemies from crossing the mountains and attacking the plains.
With forts established on both sides of the valley and near the entrance, the fortress would be a single man standing against 10,000. A force of only 1,000 to 2,000 soldiers would be sufficient to withstand any attack. Of course, an enemy attack from Lake Ontario would be a different matter. The problem is that, aside from the French, who could launch such an attack through the St. Lawrence River, no one else could possibly carry out such an attack. The Iroquois? They didn't even have warships, so they weren't even a consideration. The entrance of the St. Lawrence River to Lake Ontario was directly on the plains. It was a truly fantastic location. Zhao Hongyu fell in love with it instantly. Although he had originally planned to camp here, he also considered moving if a more suitable location became available. But upon actually seeing the place, he immediately dismissed the thought. No need to change, this is the place. This place was prepared just for us, it's a strategic location. After everyone paused, Zhao Hongyu sighed. Wang Shan nodded. Yes, Your Highness, this is indeed a strategic location. As long as we occupy this place, no one can challenge us. He surveyed the terrain, mentally considering where to build a fortress and a watchtower. After a moment's deliberation, Wang Shan shouted. Everyone! Get moving! Set up camp now. Go to the lake and start building camp. We'll be living here for a long time. He waved his arms and shouted at the guards. In Wang Shan's opinion, now was not the time to consider building a fortress. What he needed to do now was to have the guards set up camp immediately so they could rest for the night. Li Guanglei, the rest of you will guard this entrance today. Remember to hide and avoid being discovered by those following behind. Wang Shan instructed several more guards to remain near the passage. The geneticists, upon receiving the order, immediately grabbed their brown fur coats from the sled and donned them. Nighttime vigils are very cold, so they needed to wear multiple layers of clothing. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive the harsh winter. Although they wore green labor protection coats, they were adequate during the day but not at night. 4 or 5 geneticists climbed up the steep cliffs at the entrance to a suitable hiding spot. The peaks on either side of the passage were high, at least 100 meters high. They wouldn't be foolish enough to climb to the top, as the wind would be so strong that even the wind alone would be unbearable. Seeing the geneticists moving, Zhao Hongyu shook the reins and urged his black warhorse toward the lake. Emma, let's go see what the scenery is like here, Zhao Hongyu's voice came. Emma responded and urged her horse to follow. Wang Shan looked at their backs and smiled knowingly. Well, you'll gradually accept the little girl. Everything will take its time. Once you have a child, it will be even better. To be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member of the literature website. Your support is my greatest motivation. Period. Chapter 181. Who are these guys? Do you think I could handle all those women? Zhao Hongyu's words were absolutely correct, and Wang Shan couldn't say his own prince was wrong. Read the latest chapters of popular novels on Strong. Zhao Hongyu is just a mortal. He's not capable of unstoppable power or the ability to seduce countless women in a single night. That's simply unrealistic. And having many wives doesn't necessarily mean he's a tyrant. Many things in his life can't be taken seriously. Fantasy is fantasy, but reality is reality. However, many things don't depend on Zhao Hongyu's will. Your Highness, let's discuss this later. If it comes to that, I believe you'll still need a eunuch by your side, but we can discuss this later. Wang Shan clearly didn't want to dwell on this topic with His Highness. Boss, those guys are the Iroquois, right? They've been snooping around there for a while, clearly observing the situation at the camp. The genetarians Wang Shan had assigned to guard the valley entrance spotted several Indians wearing bandages and feathers on their heads, dressed in Western-style clothing and Indian-style furs. Carrying bows and arrows and wielding iron cross-axes or daggers, they cautiously crouched behind rocks, occasionally peeked out to observe the genetarians building their camp. As they observed the genetarians, these Indians were unaware that they, too, were being observed. Zhao Hongyu's genetarian warriors had fought numerous battles with Indians in Manhattan, learning numerous skills from them. Therefore, these prying Jin people couldn't escape their observation and scrutiny. Ignore them, we'll just keep watching. We can't tell if they have any malicious intent yet, so we can't rashly attack, the observation post leader whispered to his men. Since their leader had given the order, what else could they say? Simply obey orders, that's the right thing to do, isn't it? Meanwhile, the prying Indians were also discussing Zhao Hongyu and his group. Who are these? They don't look like white people from the northeast,
and there are some from other tribes among them. This small group of about 8 warriors were members of one of the Iroquois tribes. They had spotted Zhao Hongyu and his group a day earlier and, driven by curiosity, had followed them. They also wanted to better understand who Zhao Hongyu and his group were. After all, the area Zhao Hongyu and his group were currently in was technically Iroquois territory. Are these foreign tribes? I've heard things have been going on in the east lately. There were rumors a while ago that the tribes there were at war with the whites. Could these be small tribes who left their homes because of the war? Someone suggested. Word of what happened in Manhattan had reached the Iroquois region to some extent. While the details weren't very detailed, the Iroquois knew of such an incident. Well, that's a possibility. Some small tribes didn't want to get involved in the war between the larger tribes, so it's not impossible for them to migrate. After this hypothesis was raised, some agreed. However, not everyone agreed. Not necessarily. Look at their clothing and weapons. I think they were from the whites' land. It's just that their skin color is different, which is a bit puzzling. Someone else offered a different opinion. No, look at these people, there are some Indians among them. So I think they were just small, migrating tribes. And their weapons and other things are probably exchanged with the whites, someone else also suggested. The middle-aged leader shook his head. The guns these people use are different from the whites. They seem better, I think. And the clothes they wear are different from the whites, but also different from the Indians. I can't figure out who they are. What do you think? Should we make contact with them and tell them this is Iroquois territory? The leader of the small group said this, and the others fell silent. Other issues were easy to address, but making contact with a tribe from an unknown origin was extremely dangerous. Often, such encounters would lead to inexplicable slaughter and war. After all, for the Indians, each tribe has its own customs and habits. Who knows when you might violate a taboo? And if you do, they won't even give you time to explain. They'll immediately kill you with their weapons. Direct and efficient, without a single word of hesitation, that's the Indian style. And the Iroquois are Indians themselves, so they understand this all too well. Precisely because they were fully aware of this, they understood the inherent danger. The enemy numbered hundreds, while they only had 8. If anything went wrong, they would be powerless to resist. This was obvious. Leave 5 of you behind, and I'll take 2 to engage them. Hopefully, they harbor no ill intentions. I'll also tell them that this is Iroquois territory. I'll also see what they're doing here. The group's leader was remarkably decisive, making a quick decision. The 5 of you, be careful. If they suddenly attack, run back immediately. Don't try to rescue us. If you want to avenge us, you must return alive to the Iroquois, and let the other warriors of the tribe do the job. After giving the remaining 5 men earnest instructions, the leader emerged from behind the rocks with the 2 men he had chosen. They exchanged glances and then swaggered towards the camp under construction, making no effort to conceal their presence. The 5 people who were left behind cautiously poked their heads out and watched their companions heading towards the strangers' camp. At the same time, 3 people slowly and cautiously began to retreat, retreating to a pile of rocks in the distance as a precaution. The actions of these people were clearly observed by the remaining sentries. However, under the orders of the sentry captain, they did not attack. This was because the captain saw that these Indians seemed to be trying to make contact with their people, and these Indians did not notice them. In this case, there was no need for these sentries to expose themselves and take actions that would cause misunderstandings. Besides, all the actions of the other party were under their attention. If the other party made trouble, they would be able to deal with them in a short time. These sentries and captains still had this confidence. You must build a shipyard here. My plan calls for at least 10 shipbuilding superstructures. You must also construct a strong fortress at the entrance to the St. Lawrence River to defend against French warships attacking our city. You must also identify locations for artillery batteries on both sides of the canyon. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan were squatting by the lake, spreading out a map. Zhao Hongyu pointed at the map and the shore, explaining his construction plan to Wang Shan. Just then, a genetic warrior rode up to them and said, "Lord Wang Shan, Your Highness, 3 Indians have arrived outside the camp. They say they want to see the local leader." Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan exchanged a glance, and then Zhao Hongyu had Wang Shan put away the spread-out map. "I think they were the ones following us. They couldn't resist jumping out of nowhere, but this shows they have no ill intentions for now." Wang Shan and Zhao Hongyu each mounted their horses, with Wang Shan speaking to Zhao Hongyu from his perch. It's too early to talk about this now. Let's go meet these three guys and find out what they're up to. Zhao Hongyu also mounted his horse, controlling the reins as he responded. After speaking to Wang Shan, he turned and shouted to Emma, "Emma, it might be the Iroquois. We need to go meet them now. You should come along." Zhao Hongyu had a reason to bring Emma along. Although Emma was young, she was the current queen of the Manhattan Indians and his wife. Most importantly, Emma was a pure Indian girl. Her presence would make the other party less wary. She was always better than a fake like him. After all, his appearance was very different from that of an Indian. And when people interact with each other, it's always easier to make friends than with people of similar appearances. Okay, Emma happily mounted her mount and rode to Zhao Hongyu's side. "Have you finished talking about your men's affairs?" "I was just chatting about it." Emma came to Zhao Hongyu's side, pouting her pink lips and complaining. Zhao Hongyu smiled apologetically at Emma, knowing that he had been a little too cold towards her. "I'll try to pay more attention in the future. I hope you can give me some time." Hearing Zhao Hongyu say this, Emma smiled happily. She thought that little brother Haitong was so considerate. Compared to the Mohawk or Indian men from other tribes, he was really gentle. In Emma's heart, she had always been very proud of this. Little brother had a good temper, didn't want a wife, and didn't have the bad habits of other Indians. Combined with her mother's guidance, Emma was confident that she could gradually make little brother truly her man. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to register as a member of the literature website. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 182. Welcome friends with good intentions. We are from the Cayuga tribe of the Iroquois. My name is Dunbar, and they are my companions. When Zhao Hongyu, Wang Shan, and Emma returned, the middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the three Indians introduced himself to Zhao Hongyu. His accent suggested that the pronunciation of the Iroquois language was similar to that of the Mohicans. If there were any differences, it would be a few slang variations. This presented no difficulty for Zhao Hongyu, who had been gifted with a language hack by the time-space trader. No language in the world would be a barrier to communication for Zhao Hongyu. Wang Shan only knew a little Mohican, and he had to speak slowly, so he didn't understand the man's introduction. However, it didn't stop him from standing beside Zhao Hongyu, adding to his majesty's aura. Emma, on the other hand, was different. Because the other man's language was not much different from their Mohican counterparts, she understood. Emma, dressed like a doll in a white polar bear fur coat, returned to camp and immediately had her maids bring out her eagle feather tiara, which she placed on her head. "I am the queen of the Manhattan Indians, and this is my husband, king of the Manhattan Song Empire and the Indians. I am the daughter of Black Bear of the Mohawk tribe, and we are here to trade." Zhao Hongyu had already taught Emma this rhetoric, so she spoke it smoothly to the three men. Dunbar of the Mohawk tribe certainly knew about it, but he had no idea what Manhattan and the Song Empire were. But at this moment, Dunbar couldn't ask too many questions. "Respected Queen Emma, King Hongyu, I, Dunbar, welcome you to Iroquois land. We welcome friends and traders, but we only draw our swords against our enemies." Emma's words were, of course, not believed, so Dunbar had a more subtle meaning. Zhao Hongyu wasn't impressed. He smiled and said to Dunbar, "We sincerely hope to establish trade with the Iroquois here. To that end, we've brought a lot of goods. You can take a look." Clap. Wang Shan, standing behind Zhao Hongyu, clapped his hands at Zhao Hongyu's signal. Soon, several geneticists wearing European-style iron armor entered the makeshift tent, carrying iron trays. On the trays were displayed some of the goods sold and peddled in Manhattan. There were bulk spices, mixed 13 spices, matches, rice, pickled mustard, erguo tao, Chinese erguo tao, iron weapons and farm tools, matchlocks, gunpowder, lead, and protective clothing. Of course, this wasn't all there was. After all, trade was just an excuse. The main goal was to keep the Iroquois stable for a while. Dunbar didn't immediately show interest in the vast array of goods. After all, he didn't yet know what they were for. He was only slightly tempted by the matchlock. After all, the French also possessed such weapons, but because the Iroquois were constantly in conflict with them, the French would not sell them. The French were no fools. They knew they needed to maintain a dominant position in weapons, otherwise they would be crushed by the Iroquois. The Iroquois were the dominant people here, and the French were consistently suppressed by them. This situation persisted until the 7 Years' War between England and France, and it was only after the American Revolution that the Iroquois finally collapsed. The demise of the Iroquois was primarily due to their own divisions, otherwise, the Indians might have had a much better fate. But that was a matter for the future, and of little concern to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu then explained his words to Dunbar and his companions. As Zhao Hongyu explained, Dunbar's eyes widened. Rice was food, he hadn't imagined that. And the small wooden sticks in the box could easily start a fire, far more useful than the French flint. Iron weapons and farm tools would also be useful to the Iroquois village. As for the pickled mustard greens, well, they tasted quite good. Erguotao was quite spicy, but it had a strange aftertaste, much better than the wine the French whites drank. And the green clothing, though bulky, was surprisingly warm, which was also quite good. As Dunbar listened to the narration and introductions from the self-proclaimed leader of the Song Empire tribe in Manhattan, and after experiencing and tasting the goods himself, he became clearly interested in the goods. When Zhao Hongyu explained the price of trade, Dunbar pondered the matter and felt that these people were more reasonable and fair than the French whites. We sincerely welcome friends who come with good intentions. But why have you brought so many people? A small, migrating tribe only has so many people, Dunbar questioned. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, the road isn't very safe, so it's safer to bring more people. Besides, we have so much merchandise, and we're worried about those greedy whites snatching it, the poor white people, once again the bad guys. Dunbar nodded after hearing Zhao Hongyu's words. Yes, those whites are very greedy. They covet our land and our prey. Carrying so much merchandise on the road, it would be very unsafe if you encountered white people, because the Iroquois had long dealt with the French whites. They didn't have a very favorable impression of white people. This was especially true given the frequent friction and conflict between the two sides, which further strained relations. This situation was actually related to the growing strength of the Iroquois alliance, as well as to some unscrupulous and dishonest merchants. Back then, the Indians were very naive, willing to trade valuable furs for less valuable goods with the whites. However, even so, they couldn't resist the unscrupulous merchants who used inferior goods to deceive the naive Indians. It would have been fine if the Indians hadn't known about it in the early days, but how could something in this world remain undiscovered? Over time, the Indians came into contact with more and more white people, gaining a better understanding of them. After suffering numerous setbacks, the Indians finally came to their senses. The Iroquois Indians, in particular, began to resent the whites' deceptions. This is similar to how unscrupulous Chinese merchants later sold counterfeit goods around the world, ultimately tarnishing China's reputation. In later times, the Chinese were also highly respected. Whether in Africa or Dubai, counterfeit goods and some criminals ultimately discredited the Chinese, leading to a state of disrepute. Chinese merchants in Africa sold all sorts of low-quality counterfeit goods to Africans, resulting in the term Chinese goods becoming synonymous with counterfeit goods. It's truly tragic and pitiful. Dubai was no different. Initially, this Arabian Gulf pearl attracted many Chinese people seeking their fortune. At that time, the people of Dubai were quite friendly toward the Chinese. However, after the Chinese arrived there, they committed various illegal acts, significantly diminishing their impression of the Chinese. Ultimately, the Chinese were treated worse than even Indians in Dubai. Zhao Hongyu, having visited Dubai before, was well aware of this. The same was true for white people of this era. After all, when they first arrived in the New World, America, they were considered messengers of God. So, in this comparison, the Chinese of later generations were no different from white people today. It was just that they faced different people. But this was a good thing for Zhao Hongyu. If the Iroquois and the French were at odds, he could exploit the conflict. Sometimes, underhanded tactics didn't matter as long as it meant acquiring more land for his future empire. He wanted to secure a vast territory for his people of Chinese descent. And for the sake of his descendants. While one could maintain a sense of morality when it came to Irma, to do so when it came to land was a bit naive. Was Zhao Hongyu a lunatic? Clearly, he wasn't. Zhao Hongyu then left Dunbar and his two companions to enjoy dinner in the tent. The fragrant rice, spiced roast beef, stir-fried venison with preserved mustard greens, and turkey stewed with American ginseng all brought Dunbar a culinary delight. They had never tasted anything so delicious, nor had they ever known food could be so fragrant. For a moment, Dunbar and his companions were so engrossed in their food that they couldn't even lift their heads.
simply tucking into the dishes before them. There was no such thing as politeness or humility in this era. While this might still be the case in Europe, the Indians weren't known for their hypocritical pretense. If it tastes good, eat more, isn't that normal? We'll trade you for this rice, the preserved mustard greens, and the erguotao fur, American ginseng, and this. Dunbar felt around, pulling out several familiar items. Potatoes, corn, chili peppers, and sweet potatoes. Zhao Hongai was completely overwhelmed by the sight of what Dunbar had brought out. He'd been quite in need of these things before, but now he could purchase the seeds through the space-time trader. Once spring arrived, the reclaimed land on Manhattan Island could be used for planting. Not only the ones Dunbar had brought out, but even cabbage, lettuce, and tomatoes could be grown. Manhattan would then have a much wider variety of food. But he couldn't refuse Dunbar now. After all, he hadn't yet grown these kinds of food, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to trade with him for some to satisfy his craving. Potatoes, in particular, were incredibly delicious when stewed with beef. Besides, he already had Sichuan peppercorns and star anise, so a potato beef stew would be no problem. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongai swallowed and said to Dunbar, trade with us for this kind of food? Well, not impossible, but we don't need much, so furs or something else would be best. Dunbar nodded, knowing that the goods Zhao Hongai had on hand were more valuable than what he could offer. Therefore, Dunbar didn't object to Zhao Hongai's proposal. Emma, representing the Manhattan Indians, then struck up a small conversation with Dunbar. Her and Dunbar's conversation consisted of little more than the usual Indian banter, and Wang Shan tugged at Zhao Hongai. Your Highness, look at that thing around Dunbar's waist. If I'm not mistaken, it's gold. Zhao Hongai didn't look at Dunbar, who was talking to Emma. He already knew what Wang Shan was reminding him of. There was a small, glittering piece of metal around Dunbar's waist. How could Zhao Hongai not see it? He simply pretended not to notice. Don't show such interest. We need to take our time, Zhao Hongai whispered, reminding Wang Shan to be careful not to let his greed show. We already have a gold mine in Manhattan, and even if there's one in near Lake Ontario, it's just icing on the cake. Can you please not be so hasty? At Zhao Hongai's reminder, Wang Shan chuckled. I can't believe there are so many gold mines in America. Just searching around will reveal clues. If there's one here, Your Highness's income will be even greater, Wang Shan whispered to Zhao Hongai. He naturally hoped that the money in His Majesty's virtual account would grow. With more money, he could purchase more goods and develop more machinery. Only then, once they conquered the Great Lakes, could they unearth all the minerals buried beneath the land surrounding them. Don't let your imagination run wild. We must protect America's resources and avoid exploitation as much as possible. I only want the land here. The resources should be preserved for future generations. We can focus our attention elsewhere, don't you agree? Zhao Hongai understood Wang Shan's point, but he had his own plans. Your Highness, you're still in the development phase. It's a little premature to consider this, Wang Shan objected slightly. What you need now is a lot of money to develop new products and cultivate genetically modified humans. I don't think it's necessary to think about conserving resources right now. Once you develop, we can easily reclaim the land and leave this mess to others. Even if the environment is polluted, so what? Wang Shan expressed his opinion, to be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member on the literary community. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. There are 5 people outside, harming America and leaving a mess for future generations. Zhao Hongai disagreed with this idea. But he couldn't argue with Wang Shan now. After all, he truly needed a vast amount of money to develop modern products. And without developing the resources here, he wouldn't be able to secure such funds. Let's talk about this later. It's a bit premature now. Our immediate priority is how to quickly establish good relations with the Iroquois and engage in trade, Zhao Hongai said to Wang Shan. I have 300 million on hand. It seems like a lot, but it's actually gone as soon as it's used. Wang Shan nodded silently. He knew that 300 million wasn't enough to build a city and cultivate genetically modified humans. It seemed like a lot, but as soon as development began, it would be spent immediately, and there would be no return. Meanwhile, Dunbar was chatting with Emma. Emma's eagle feather headdress indicated her status, making Dunbar treat her with great respect. According to Native American custom, the wearer of a headdress woven from eagle feathers was undoubtedly a tribal leader or powerful figure. It wasn't something anyone could wear casually, hence his courtesy. Ordinary Indian warriors or tribesmen would only wear 1, 2, or 3 eagle feathers. This was a symbol of their bravery, and only those who made significant contributions to the tribe, or slew an enemy, were entitled to receive an additional eagle feather as a headdress. It was simply not something you could wear casually. Of course, Dunbar wasn't without his suspicions about Zhao Hongayu and his group. After all, the whites had exploited this practice to deceive the Iroquois in the past. They would find an Indian from another tribe, give them an eagle feather headdress, and claim they were the chieftains of a particular tribe to vouch for the whites. This allowed unscrupulous white traders to obtain large quantities of precious furs from the Iroquois without spending a penny. However, the Iroquois were often deceived, and the traders ultimately vanished without returning. As for the tribal leaders who had acted as guarantors, they had also vanished without a trace. The Iroquois had suffered numerous losses at the hands of unscrupulous white traders in this regard. However, unlike the whites, Zhao Hongayu and his men were well armed and adorned with exquisite clothing. Therefore, in Dunbar's opinion, Zhao Hongayu and his men were far from the type to deceive. Most importantly, the trade method Zhao Hongayu and his men proposed was exchange, not the free-for-all approach of the white con artists. Therefore, Emma held great weight in Dunbar's heart. Furthermore, Emma's claims of being the king of all Indians in the Manhattan region and the queen of the Song Empire proved her extraordinary status. Although Dunbar didn't quite understand what an empire was, Emma's words sounded quite powerful. Perhaps it was the title of a tribe, Dunbar thought to himself. Indians don't have the concept of an empire, so it's normal for Dunbar not to understand. However, when Dunbar heard Emma mention that Manhattan had a population of approximately 30,000 to 40,000 and over 10,000 warriors, he realized their strength. Logically, the Iroquois, with a population of 200,000 to 300,000, would undoubtedly have more warriors capable of mustering than Manhattan. However, the problem was that the Iroquois were a united group, while Manhattan was completely dominated by the Song. The Song alone was arguably more powerful than any individual Iroquois tribe. It was only when compared to the united Iroquois that they seemed somewhat weaker. Even so, this was enough to earn Dunbar's respect. During their casual conversation, Emma casually revealed some information about Manhattan and recounted the war with the British a year and a half prior. As Emma spoke, Dunbar and his 2 companions were stunned. Emma described Manhattan's methods of warfare, its strength, and its weaponry. Artillery. Flintlock rifles. Manhattan's mastery of firearms was even greater than that of the Europeans. At the same time, Dunbar noticed what Emma had said about the outbreak, management, and treatment of the epidemic. This changed Dunbar's expression as he looked at Zhao Hongayu and the others. War was merely an eye-opener for Dunbar, but he wasn't particularly concerned. The Iroquois could easily mobilize an army of 50,000 men. They feared no one in this land and had never been defeated. Therefore, he didn't believe the Manhattan's advanced firearms posed much of a threat. The French whites to the northeast also had firearms, but they had suffered countless defeats at the hands of the Iroquois. Therefore, Dunbar felt confident and wasn't intimidated by Zhao Hongayu and his men. However, Dunbar was uneasy about Zhao Hongayu's Song Empire tribe possessing methods to control the spread of the epidemic and medicines to treat fever, diarrhea, and other minor ailments. Despite the Iroquois' vast size, minor illnesses claimed a significant number of lives each year. Because most Indians at that time still worshipped shamans, when they fell ill, they often sought exorcisms from shamans rather than seeking medical advice or medicine. Furthermore, most shamans in Indian tribes had no knowledge of diagnosing or treating illnesses. As for the rare exceptions, shamans would learn 1 or 2 treatment methods and herbal medicine knowledge from their ancestors. But such people were rare. There were tens of thousands of Indian tribes, large and small, across the Americas, but the number of those with shamans who knew how to treat illnesses could be counted on one hand. So, it's no wonder Dunbar was so surprised when Emma told him about medicine in Manhattan. And Emma wasn't kidding. Although Zhao Hongayu didn't produce a lot of medicine in Manhattan, he did produce a fair amount of cold medicine, laxatives, and anti-inflammatory drugs. These medicines were extremely useful for treating minor illnesses. After all, The most common ailments among those living in Manhattan were minor ailments. However, if left untreated, these minor illnesses could eventually be fatal. Therefore, the medicines Zhao Hongai developed could be said to have become lifesavers for many in Manhattan. While the geneticists didn't see it that way, the Native Americans and Europeans living in Manhattan didn't see it that way. After some people experienced effective treatments a few times, they were hailed as miracle cures. In that era, there were no such effective remedies for illnesses. Just 1 or 2 tablets were enough, and symptoms were practically gone the next day. It was simply incredible. While the medicines were a bit pricey, everyone felt they were worth the money. Do you really have any medicine? The kind that can treat diarrhea? And children's? Dunbar asked excitedly. Seeing Dunbar's excitement, Emma didn't understand what was wrong with him. But she nodded. Yes, diarrhea, headaches, fevers, anything. What do you mean by children? Emma didn't understand Dunbar's words about and children, so she asked back. My child has some very strange illnesses. Do you think your medicine can cure them? Dunbar quickly explained. Emma turned to look at Zhao Hongai, looking at him with a look of help. Only Zhao Hongai could answer this question. She didn't know how to answer Dunbar. It's okay to ask her to name a few medicines, after all, she has used them herself. But if you ask Emma to treat a patient, or explain the pharmacology and the diseases it targets to others, it would be a bit difficult for her. Zhao Hongai saw Emma's look for help, smiled and took over the conversation. I don't know what disease your child has. If you explain it more clearly, I think I can give you an answer. Seeing Dunbar so excited, Zhao Hongai also understood very well. After all, as a parent, who wouldn't think about their children? Then, Dunbar relayed his child's illness to Zhao Hongai. After listening, Zhao Hongai whispered to Wang Shan. Then Wang Shan nodded, turned and left the tent. Dunbar was a little nervous, especially not knowing what these people were going to do. Don't worry. I've heard you describe your symptoms, and I think it's probably worms in your stomach. It's not a serious illness. I have a special medicine for deworming children. Seeing Dunbar's hesitation, Zhao Hongai smiled. The smile on his face made Dunbar relax, and his anxiety subsided. I also want to establish a trade agreement with the Iroquois. I think I can send someone to accompany you to your tribe, sign the trade agreement, and then take your child to see a doctor. Hearing Zhao Hongai's words, Dunbar was overjoyed. At this moment, Dunbar's companion nudged him from behind and whispered, You need to get us out of here quickly. We still have 5 companions outside. Even though we're full, they're still hungry. His companion's reminder immediately reminded Dunbar of the 5 companions he had left behind. His face flushed. He had enjoyed a delicious meal here and found treatment for his child, but his 5 companions were still starving outside. Thinking of this, Dunbar agreed to Zhao Hongai's proposal. In Dunbar's opinion, the goods brought by these people will definitely cause a sensation in the tribe. And their goods are indeed good, the price is fair and everyone needs them. Therefore, he has no reason to refuse the other party's proposal. And he also has to consider his companions outside and leave here as soon as possible and take them back. Chapter 184, Military First Policy. Soon, 10 elk-drawn sleds, laden with merchandise, carried Dunbar and his companions away. Zhao Hongai had also assigned a geneticist doctor, who had learned some medical knowledge in Manhattan, to the group. While this geneticist's medical skills weren't particularly advanced, even inferior to those of a barefoot doctor, they should be more than adequate for treating the Indians and his own minor ailments. Thus, Zhao Hongai had begun his first contact with the Iroquois. As long as he could calm the Iroquois and prevent them from causing trouble early on, the Great Lakes region would undoubtedly fall into his hands. Your Highness, what are your thoughts on their trip to the Cayuga? Wang Shan asked, approaching after watching the sled convoy disappear into the distant valley passage. What can I say? I have high hopes for their mission and believe they can successfully complete it. Zhao Hongai didn't anticipate any unexpected consequences. In reality, the Indians of this era were quite simple. As long as you treated them well, earning their friendship was easy. Of course, this required no conflict of interest. For example, Zhao Hongai couldn't reveal his ambitions or desire for land. Only in this way could the friendship be sustained. If he even hinted at even the slightest desire for land controlled by the Iroquois would surely wipe him out. This was not unprecedented. Tribes had been destroyed in this way before, and the French had a friendly relationship with the Iroquois, but didn't war eventually break out due to conflicting interests?
Zhao Hongyu knew this. When dealing with them, we only need to ensure fair trade. At the same time, we must not reveal our ambitions or desire for land for the time being. Only in this way can we avoid arousing the Iroquois' vigilance, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan. Wang Shan chuckled at this. It's obviously impossible not to arouse their vigilance. Ever since we showed up here, they've been wary of us. But we've shown sincerity and goodwill, so they won't attack us. That's for sure. That's Indian custom. In Manhattan, Wang Shan also had many conversations with Indians. He learned a great deal from the Indians of Manhattan and gained a slight understanding of Indian customs. First and foremost, no matter which Indian tribe lives in that area, they will always warmly welcome outsiders who show goodwill and will not attack. Unless you do something that offends them, violate their taboos, or covet their land and wealth, only then will war ensue. Otherwise, most Indian tribes are very friendly. Of course, this does not apply to those Indians who have become vassals of white people and have adopted white thinking, as their thinking is no longer Indian. Therefore, such tribes cannot be viewed and treated according to Indian norms. I understand what Your Highness means. It's about numbing them. We need to use action to stabilize them and develop ourselves, right? Wang Shan said. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, we are completely outsiders to the Iroquois. Therefore, we must not show any ambition. We must let them know that all we seek is fair trade. That way, the Iroquois won't react. Zhao Hongyu's plan didn't make it wise to start a conflict with the Iroquois. He didn't have enough forces at hand to conquer them by force. Furthermore, the Iroquois weren't so easy to conquer. They had a population of over 300,000 and 50,000 elite warriors. Furthermore, the Indians didn't fight direct battles. Their greatest skill was surprise attacks and ambushes, completely catching their opponents off guard. This was what Zhao Hongyu feared most. If he couldn't convince the Iroquois once and for all, Zhao Hongyu would face endless surprise attacks and ambushes. He and his troops would be forever at peace. This was a situation Zhao Hongyu absolutely did not want to see unfold. Therefore, based on this consideration, Zhao Hongyu decided to see if he could disarm the Iroquois and assimilate them like the Mohicans. However, Zhao Hongyu forgot one thing: the Iroquois were different from the Mohicans. They were a super tribe united by absorbing many smaller tribes. The Mohicans, on the other hand, were a completely unified tribe. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu might only be able to assimilate some tribes, but completely assimilating the entire Iroquois was unrealistic. After all, each tribe had different demands and interests, and the perspectives varied. This was fully demonstrated in the 7 Years' War between Britain and France and the American Revolutionary War. Of course, the possibility of white people being involved was certain, but flies don't bite eggs that don't bite cracked eggs. The Iroquois were not a monolithic people, as history has proven. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan began to walk back, assessing possible future events as they went. Your Highness, even if we show goodwill and sincerity, and are fair in our trade, wouldn't it be an offense to the Iroquois if we established a camp here? Night had already fallen, a curtain of black enveloping the earth, bringing darkness to the world. The wind from the north howled, occasionally picking up snowflakes that were blown from the ground, twirling and dancing in the air before gently falling. The leafless branches around them swayed with the howling northern wind. Wang Shan offered his opinion. Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment, then said, well, what you say is true. The Iroquois are very strict about their territory, and we have indeed violated their taboos. But we can find a good excuse, saying it's a temporary lease for use as a trading hub. I don't think they would object. Zhao Hongyu quickly came up with a solution. Yes, lease this place from the Iroquois. While the cost might seem unreasonable, it would make the Iroquois accept the offer and lower their guard. At the same time, it would also avoid a falling out with the Iroquois and a war with them at such an early stage. Using force at this time would be extremely unwise. Zhao Hongyu would have to be a complete lunatic to choose this method to conquer the Great Lakes. The reason was simple: insufficient force. If he were given something to do and developed successfully in the Great Lakes, Zhao Hongyu could command 20,000 warriors. He would not object to a military occupation. But the truth was, he had only 500 genetic warriors and 100 Mohican warriors with him. That's only 600 warriors in total. To attack the Iroquois with this armed force would be tantamount to seeking death. Zhao Hongyu would not do that. Give them some benefits, reassure them with the guise of release, and then we can enjoy a period of stable development. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's proposal, Wang Shan pondered it and felt it was highly feasible and well-reasoned. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes. Give them an acceptable proposal and tempt them with benefits. I don't think they'll refuse. After all, our proposal is a lease. The land will still belong to them, but it will bring them benefits, which is a good thing. Wang Shan quickly pressed, Your Highness, how many years do we plan to lease the land? There's a certain number of years, and that number must be within their reach. We also need to calculate the time required for our development. Otherwise, they'll likely disagree. As a skilled lackey, Wang Shan did his best to help Zhao Hongyu refine the proposal, adding in some minor details while pondering possible scenarios. Also, Your Highness, what price are you prepared to pay? You know, too little won't impress them, but too much won't be worth it, Wang Shan concluded. Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, The benefits I offer are more than enough to impress them. Don't worry about that. I'm not stingy because I know what I need. He was very confident. But that was also true. What Zhao Hongyu sought was the Iroquois land and the resources of the Great Lakes region. Compared to these, the small benefits he was currently offering were nothing. As for the lease period you mentioned, Zhao Hongyu pondered this question carefully. He had to take Wang Shan's proposal seriously. He had to consider the Iroquois' acceptance of the proposal and their bottom line. Only by staying within this bottom line and making the Iroquois see the benefits would they agree to his proposal. Therefore, after careful consideration, he turned to Wang Shan and asked, I personally suggest a 1-year lease. What do you think, Your Highness? Isn't 1 year a bit too short? Can we develop in a year? Wang Shan asked Zhao Hongyu, somewhat puzzled. In Wang Shan's opinion, 1 year is too short. Moreover, they can't develop anything in this year. This is a very bad calculation. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hongyu smiled sinisterly and said to Wang Shan, although I must develop the city. My plan is just to build a slab-face framework first. As for urban construction, that will come later. So I mainly develop genetic people. Don't forget that the Gurkha genetic people are only 20,000 RMB each. Wang Shan seemed to understand what His Majesty meant. Is this the same as the military-first policy of a certain country in the future? Chapter 185 I Want a Child. Your Highness is saying that we're merely constructing a framework here to facilitate future city construction. And initially, our goal is to cultivate as many cheap genetically engineered warriors as possible. Although Zhao Hongyu's explanation was perfectly clear, Wang Shan still needed confirmation. Only with confirmation could his subordinates fully cooperate with Zhao Hongyu and execute his plan. Wang Shan wholeheartedly agreed with Zhao Hongyu's plan. He saw nothing wrong with it. At this point, pouring all their funds into development and construction was unrealistic. The only safest and most reliable approach was to increase their number of warriors. Without a large number of elite soldiers, occupying the Great Lakes region was out of the question. With only 500 or 600 men, they couldn't withstand an Iroquois attack. They would be easily driven out of the region, and this would also cause trouble for Manhattan. If they offended the Iroquois, or if their plans were discovered, they would undoubtedly take action. How could the Iroquois let anyone who coveted their territory go unpunished? Even if Zhao Hongyu and his men retreated from this area and returned to Manhattan, the Iroquois wouldn't let them go. Indians have a tradition of eradicating their enemies. They pursue them relentlessly, never resting until every man in the hostile tribe has been annihilated. Therefore, it's reasonable to assume that they've become enemies with the Iroquois. Even if they return to Manhattan, the war will spread to the region. At that point, facing the Iroquois' vast military might, Manhattan will undoubtedly mobilize its full forces. This will provide an opportunity for those Europeans who are in them. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan weren't foolish enough to assume that the Europeans had no concerns. They saw them as a valuable commodity, eager to take a bite. If the war spread to Manhattan, the situation would be dire. Such a chain reaction wouldn't be impossible, the probability was extremely high. Wang Shan and Zhao Hongyu were both fully aware of this. It was precisely with this in mind that Zhao Hongyu was contemplating how to avoid early conflict with the Iroquois while simultaneously expanding the number of warriors under his command. Only when Zhao Hongyu had a sufficient number of warriors could he be invincible. He was also grateful for the cold weapon era of 1260, as he didn't have to bear the costly costs of munitions and logistics. Furthermore, the loyal and valiant Gurkha soldiers were readily available for a price, and the training costs were not high. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu was confident that with a year of stability, the Great Lakes region could be conquered. In Zhao Hongyu's view, A year was a short time. He didn't consider himself the kind of hero who could rule the Americas in half a year and unify the world in a year. That was simply unrealistic. It was fiction. Everything he was experiencing now was very real. He faced real people with intelligence and personalities. Although they were simple, if he mishandled them, he would undoubtedly face the danger of slaughter and death. The two quickly returned to their tent. Emma waited there obediently, fulfilling her wifely duties. "Have the Iroquois left?" Emma asked softly as Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan entered. Zhao Hongyu nodded and replied, "Yes, they have. I think our people will follow them to the Iroquois Cayuga tribe in 3 days, and the Cayuga will send someone to contact us in about 10 days. After responding to Emma, Zhao Hongyu gestured for Wang Shan to sit across from him. "Keep eating. Some people just weren't full when I was here." Zhao Hongyu sat back down, patted his belly, and then picked up his chopsticks and began to eat again. Wang Shan smiled. He was full. Little Emma cheered and followed Zhao Hongyu's example, attacking the food again. Dunbar and his companions from the Cayuga tribe were there, so Emma, to maintain her appearance, only ate a small amount. In reality, she wasn't full at all. Besides, Dunbar ate the most of the food, while Emma and Zhao Hongyu just stared at it. Wang Shan shook his head, stood up, and walked outside the tent to give some instructions, asking the geneticists to prepare 2 dinners. This way, Zhao Hongyu and Emma finally had their fill. After Zhao Hongyu and Emma had eaten their fill, Wang Shan resumed chatting with Zhao Hongyu. Emma seemed to be a bit more talkative, but this time she had no intention of leaving. She wanted to hear what the men talked about all day long. Although she didn't know much Chinese, she insisted on staying. "Hey, Emma, when you're done, go play with your maids." Seeing Emma sitting there motionless after finishing her meal, Zhao Hongyu coaxed her as usual. Unrelated sentence fragment. Normally, Emma would have left, but today she didn't move. After hearing what Zhao Hongyu said, she shook her head and said, "No, I want to hear what you guys are talking about. Don't chase me away, okay? You men sometimes chat, but why should I leave when you're talking?" Emma looked at Zhao Hongyu with a hint of grievance. Ugh. After hearing Emma's words, and seeing her aggrieved expression, Zhao Hongyu really couldn't continue to chase her away. "Well, since you want to stay, then you can stay," but in the end, Zhao Hongyu let her stay. After all, Zhao Hongyu didn't think this conversation was confidential, so Emma's stay was fine. Hey. Seeing Zhao Hongyu agree to let her stay, Emma jumped up with joy and came to Zhao Hongyu's side, hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. "I knew you loved me the most. Brother Haitong is the best." Joyful Emma clung to Zhao Hongyu like a koala, making intimate and ambiguous gestures towards him, not caring at all that Wang Shan was nearby. In fact, Indian girls aren't so reserved. They're usually very bold in expressing their wishes, unlike Chinese girls. "Don't worry, my mother taught me. I'll listen quietly and won't interrupt. As an Indian woman, especially your wife, I know the ways of a wife." Emma moved to Zhao Hongyu's side, sat on his lap, and rested her head on his chest, speaking softly. "Poor child, it seems I've really neglected her too much." Zhao Hongyu saw Emma like this and felt a little guilty. It wasn't surprising, Emma was still young. Although her parents had taught her some lessons in wifely life, her age was still a handicap. And because of her age, Zhao Hongyu often felt a sense of distance from her. Emma sensed this, and it hurt her even more. Often, this kind of ignorance can be very hurtful. Although Zhao Hongyu hadn't meant it, he couldn't imagine the pain he was causing Emma. But regardless, Emma had been bold today and had reaped considerable rewards. Never mind, kids love to cling, so let them be, Zhao Hongyu silently consoled himself. Wang Shan, sitting across from Zhao Hongyu, chuckled. He had always felt that Zhao Hongyu and Emma's relationship was unnatural, and that some of Zhao Hongyu's actions had left the girl feeling left out. However, this was His Highness's private matter, and Wang Shan couldn't say anything. Excessive talk would be disastrous, as it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. At Emma's age, she should be free and uninhibited, but she had to feign composure and imitate the queen's demeanor, which was quite oppressive. Today, Emma had surprised Wang Shan by actually standing up for herself. This, Wang Shan thought, was a good thing. Perhaps I could teach the little one some proper lessons. Judging from her behavior just now, if I could teach her well, His Highness's family life would definitely be less of a topic of conversation. And the little guy knows how to fight for his own interests, which means he has his own opinions. Your Highness, you're not going to attack the little guy, but what if he attacks you? Poor Zhao Hongyu still didn't know his men were actually thinking this way. Even more so, he didn't know that his own Jin people had been quite critical of his adherence to moral principles. Most of the Jin people and Indians disliked Zhao Hongyu's actions. They wanted a true union between Emma and Zhao Hongyu, not just a nominal one. Emma's father, Black Bear, was the most concerned, followed by Wang Shan, Song Hu, and Zhang Tai. Black Bear wanted Emma to have a child, which would help stabilize the Indians and gain their acceptance of the Song Empire. Wang Shan and his men, on the other hand, wanted Zhao Hongyu to have an offspring, ensuring they, the Jin people, would have someone to continue their loyalty to in the event of an emergency. Unfortunately, they couldn't speak openly to Zhao Hongyu, as his personality would undoubtedly anger him. So, they kept these matters to themselves within a small circle. Thus, Black Bear, Wang Shan, Song Hu, and Zhang Tai formed a small group. It was simple, they shared a common interest. As for Lama and Sharma, their demands were minor, as their interests diverged. Lama and Sharma simply wanted Zhao Hongyu to treat them equally without discrimination, which was easily achieved. The Gurkha's demands were even simpler, a guaranteed monthly salary. As long as they were paid on time to support their families, they would remain loyal to Zhao Hongyu. For Zhao Hongyu, the last thing he needed was money. As for Chelsea, his demands were largely irrelevant. He had actively sought to woo the empire. As Manhattan prospered, Chelsea and his European warriors would only grow more loyal to the Song Empire. Therefore, their demands were irrelevant. Pay them a monthly salary, and they'll fight for you. The Europeans were the easiest to make a killing. Queen Emma, when will you give birth to an heir for our empire? Wang Shan asked as Emma sat on Zhao Hongyu's lap and they were flirting. Boom. Although the Indian girl was bold and enthusiastic, Emma was still shy when asked about this. Zhao Hongyu blushed, his eyes wandering. Seeing the two of them like this, Wang Shan laughed his belly off. He even thought his prince was truly fascinating. You're a promising young man in the 21st century, how could you be shy about such a thing? You know, anyone else would definitely eat a lolly and build a harem. And considering his age before coming to this world, he couldn't be a naive young man who had never seen a woman. Wang Shan and the others knew Zhao Hongyu's secret. As a 21st century bachelor in his 30s, it was impossible for him to be a virgin. Because this was truly unrealistic. It's no use just thinking about this. It depends on whether Haitong cooperates. If he doesn't, I can't do anything on my own. Little Emma is a voice that makes a splash. Ahem. Zhao Hongyu coughed violently at Emma's words. Haha, Indian girls are so bold, they can say things like that. So direct, I like it. Wang Shan mentally gave Emma a thumbs up. Let's get back to the topic we were talking about. Emma's still young, we can talk about having children later, okay? Good intentions easily stopped Zhao Hongyu's cough, and he tried to change the subject. Unfortunately, his plan was immediately dashed. Emma, sitting on Zhao Hongyu's lap, leaning into his arms, said, "This isn't a small matter. Having a child is a big deal. You men, stop talking about other things and think about your family, okay? Oh my god, who on earth would teach little Emma such a thing?" Zhao Hongyu took it in his heart. If no one taught her, how could she understand what family meant? It was probably either his father-in-law or his mother-in-law, but his mother-in-law was more likely. Just as Zhao Hongyu was lost in thought, Emma continued, "Also, don't always call me a child. I've reminded you many times. I want a child, and you have to cooperate with me on this." To be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member of the literature community. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 186, Against the Iroquois. I want a child. You have to cooperate with me. The novel is faster and better. Little Emma's words made Zhao Hongyu's heartbeat faster, but he quickly calmed down. Zhao Hongyu didn't take the little girl's words to heart. If Emma were a few years older, Zhao Hongyu might still cooperate, but now, forget it. Zhao Hongyu coaxed Emma, finally getting her to stop talking about it, which made him feel relieved. After coaxing Emma, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan resumed their conversation. Emma was a little frustrated when Zhao Hongyu didn't even talk about having children. But now that the man had started talking about business, it was really difficult for her, as a woman, to interrupt. So, Little Emma just pouts and sits on Zhao Hongayu's lap, leaning sideways in his arms. After this is over, I'll ask my mother about it when I get back to Manhattan. I was such a fool before. I should have learned more from her how to communicate with men. Emma thought with some regret in her heart. When her mother wanted to teach her, Emma always refused to learn. Now she felt a little regretful. She should have learned more earlier. Emma curled up in Zhao Hongayu's arms like a kitten, her eyes flickering as she looked at the two people chatting. Your Highness, there is nothing wrong with you wanting to build a city structure and get more soldiers from your hometown. But have you ever considered what the Iroquois will think if our population is too large? Because Emma was next to Zhao Hongyu, Wang Shan did not say the word genetic people. He was careful and also said the word hometown, which was a bit obscure. From what Emma heard, Wang Shan must be talking about Zhao Hongayu's hometown in the north. And only Zhao Hongyu himself knew what Wang Shan meant by hometown. After a pause, Zhao Hongyu said, "You mean, if our population becomes too large, the Iroquois will easily feel threatened, leading to conflict with us?" He pondered this question in his mind. Does Wang Shan's statement make sense? Zhao Hongyu saw it as plausible. Zhao Hongyu and his men weren't numerous, only about 500 or 600. The Iroquois saw no threat. Therefore, the Iroquois should easily accept their presence and trade with them. In the eyes of the Iroquois, their numbers were insignificant, and any threat they posed would be easily dealt with. It could be said that their threat was minor. Therefore, keeping them within their territory wasn't a big deal. Any human being would have this thought. But if Zhao Hongyu and his men were numerous and well-equipped, it would be hard to say. What would the Iroquois think then? You say you have so many people, so well-equipped and well-armed, and you suddenly arrive on our territory and won't leave, even saying you want to trade? Who would believe that? So, conflict is inevitable. It's obvious. But if I don't get warriors from my hometown, how will we occupy the Great Lakes region in the future? Zhao Hongyu felt a little embarrassed. Wang Shan thought for a moment and said to Zhao Hongyu, "Your Highness, this is inevitable. But while we are threatening the Iroquois, we can seize the opportunity to win over a few of their tribes. As long as there are people in this alliance who are loyal to us, everything will be fine." A sinister smirk spread across Wang Shan's face. Seeing Wang Shan's expression, Zhao Hongyu knew he was up to something sinister. That was just how he was. Whenever he had a sinister idea, he'd make that expression. He knew Wang Shan's character all too well. "What's your new idea? Tell me about it." Zhao Hongyu hugged Emma and asked her to change her position. His legs were numb from the little one sitting on his lap. "Looking at your smirk, I knew you must have some ideas, right?" Wang Shan's smirk widened upon hearing this. He nodded and said to Zhao Hongyu, "Your Highness, don't forget the historical records." Wang Shan winked as he spoke. Zhao Hongyu understood and raised his hand to pat Emma's sexy little butt. He said to Emma, "Go ask the kitchen to prepare some American ginseng soup for me tonight." Emma nodded without thinking. After Emma left, Zhao Hongyu looked at Wang Shan and said, "Now you can talk. You've been so secretive." Wang Shan then said, "Emma was here just now. There are some things I can't let her hear. After all, she knows quite a bit of Chinese now. Children learn languages very quickly. It can't be helped. I always have to be careful." Zhao Hongyu nodded. He knew Wang Shan was right. There were some things they talked about that couldn't be shared with outsiders. "Tell me what you plan to do." Zhao Hongyu waved his hand, indicating that he fully understood Wang Shan's caution. Wang Shan then said, "Your Highness, you should know that although the Iroquois Confederation was a major alliance in history, it wasn't reliable. This was proven true during the 7 Years' War between England and France, and later during the American Civil War." Zhao Hongyu listened quietly to Wang Shan's story, recalling the information he had read about the Iroquois in books. Wang Shan continued, "During the 7 Years' War between Britain and France, the Iroquois split. Although the 6 major tribes assisted the British, it looked as if the split had not occurred. Some of the smaller tribes went to help the French." Wang Shan described what would happen to the Iroquois in the future. During the American Civil War, the 6 major Iroquois tribes officially split. 2 tribes assisted the invaders, while 4 tribes assisted the British. "I'm sure you know the outcome, Your Highness." Wang Shan paused. Zhao Hongyu nodded. He was well aware of this history. 3 of the 4 tribes that assisted the British were exterminated, and the remaining 1 fled to Canada. The 2 major tribes that assisted the Americans also gained nothing. During the American Civil War, they were massacred for siding with the wrong side.
effectively ending the Iroquois. Zhao Hongai was curious, though. What use was Wang Shan's explanation to him? So, Zhao Hongai, somewhat confused, asked Wang Shan, "What's the point of telling me all this? That's something that won't happen for over 100 years. Besides, the leaders and living conditions of the Iroquois back then were completely different than they are now, so I have no way of measuring it." Wang Shan's smirk faded, his expression serious. "Your Highness, think about it. If the Iroquois were truly united, then this kind of thing wouldn't happen to them in the future. But how could this alliance of theirs lead to such a situation? This is worth investigating." Wang Shan's words were crystal clear. What he meant by exploring was actually to find the Iroquois weaknesses, meaning to have Zhao Hongai and his team win over some of the tribes. If the French were able to win over so many Indian tribes during the Anglo-French War, why couldn't they do the same? When it comes to the methods and techniques of winning people over, the Chinese are masters. Zhao Hongai nodded slowly, understanding the meaning behind Wang Shan's words. What Wang Shan said was absolutely correct. The Iroquois weren't a monolithic entity. While conquering the Great Lakes without a single blow was unlikely, if they were used effectively, minimizing casualties was possible. Of the 6 major Iroquois tribes, winning over 2 would be a plus. If they could win over 2 of them, at least they would speak up for them and save them some trouble. Most importantly, if they were handled well, Zhao Hongai and his team would face less resistance when a conflict arose. It's even possible that the Iroquois could split right now, without waiting for the future. A strong Iroquois wasn't in Zhao Hongai's and his team's interests. A divided Iroquois, constantly at war, was. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongai grew serious. He said to Wang Shan, "Isn't that simple? The Iroquois system is somewhat similar to the parliamentary system of later generations. Each tribe has one vote, which leads to many decisions being mired in endless wrangling. Because some decisions can't address the needs of all tribes, this can cause dissatisfaction among some, and this dissatisfaction will eventually erupt, becoming the fuse for the Iroquois conflict." He answered some of Wang Shan's earlier questions. Humanity's inherent inferiority is inherent. Even simple Indians have it. There are no exceptions. Zhao Hongai gave a wry smile. Wang Shan nodded, agreeing with what Zhao Hongai said. Where there are interests, there will always be conflict. This is an eternal truth. Such conflicts of interest will also exist among the Iroquois. It's inevitable. It's just that they haven't erupted yet because they've been suppressed. However, this suppression is ultimately not a solution. Ultimately, the French and British discovered this and exploited it, ultimately fragmenting the vast Iroquois and fading into the depths of history. Your Highness, we can capitalize on this. Then we'll have a solid foothold here, Wang Shan said earnestly, leaning forward. And our products will undoubtedly be well received. We can also send medical teams into their tribes to treat their people. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please register as a member on the Wangsa website. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 187. What we can use. Are human hearts complex? Yes. The Indians were like that, too, because they were human. Are their hearts simple? Yes, the Indians of 1620 were relatively simple. They hadn't experienced the dazzling world, nor the ravages of the information age. So, compared to Zhao Hongai and his men, their simplicity was almost endearing. Wang Shan's plan was simple, a rather cliched method, perhaps emulating Lei Feng, by sending medical teams to treat the Iroquois. The Iroquois population was large, and he doubted that there wouldn't be a few who fell ill. Furthermore, Indian medical care was limited in that era, so they inevitably suffered from illness. This was quite common in 1620. But if Zhao Hongai could cure their illness and restore them to normal, wouldn't those healed be grateful? Indians are simple people, and they'll be deeply grateful to anyone who treats them well. With his experience dealing with Indians in Manhattan, Wang Shan was completely certain that this tactic would work. By then, many Iroquois would have a favorable impression of them, which would be a significant advantage for Zhao Hongai and his team. Not only would it reduce the likelihood of conflict, but this advantage would also become more pronounced when they eventually occupied the Great Lakes region and integrated the Iroquois population. Wang Shan was taking one step at a time, looking far ahead. After listening to Wang Shan's explanation and plan, Zhao Hongai felt a sense of security. Your plan is excellent. I think it's entirely feasible. Zhao Hongai initially expressed his strong approval of Wang Shan's plan and offered his support. I can provide the medicine for free. It won't cost much,
but the tangible returns are enormous. It was the tangible returns that Zhao Hongyu valued, and that was the most important thing. Wang Shan smiled and said, "It's not necessarily free. The Indians are naive, but your highness, do you think they'll express some gratitude after we cure their ailments?" The smile on Wang Shan's face looked frivolous. "Don't let the free service fool you. I can guarantee you we won't lose money," Wang Shan assured Zhao Hongyu, his head held high. After Wang Shan's words, Zhao Hongyu pondered them briefly and immediately understood what this guy was planning. Yes, they were sending medical teams to various Iroquois tribes under the guise of free treatment to treat the afflicted. And once those patients were cured, it was impossible not to be grateful to the team. Remuneration was inevitable. Even though the medical team claimed they wanted no money, the grateful Indians would certainly disagree. Even if you tried to deny it, they would be hard-pressed to refuse the gift. And the good reputation of the medical team would spread. The free medical care moniker was definitely established. While they made money, their reputation wouldn't be tarnished either, because those benefits were forced upon them by the Indian patients. Making money and gaining a good reputation was a truly lucrative business. "Wang Shan, you're such a jerk," Zhao Hongyu interrupted Wang Shan with a wry smile, pointing a finger at him. "You want to make money, gain fame, and make people feel grateful to you. Isn't that a bit bad? I always feel that this is a bit immoral." Hearing this, Wang Shan sneered and said to Zhao Hongyu, "Your Highness, you are good in every way. But sometimes you can be a bit stubborn. Don't you think about the era we live in? This is 1620. In such an era, if you still insist on morality, you will be eaten alive by others in the end," Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongyu with a hint of regret. Zhao Hongyu also knew that he was sometimes too weak. But he was raised under the red flag, taught the 5 lectures, 4 beauties, and 3 loves, and had a red scarf in elementary school. He was a good student in junior high school, a well-behaved person in high school, and even in college. Now that he had suddenly become so cruel, it was really difficult. But he also knew that what Wang Shan said was right, and he had no way to refute it. "Your Highness, let's put it this way." Seeing Zhao Hongyu's brow furrow, Wang Shan, realizing his words were a bit harsh, softened his tone. "I can only promise to uphold morality during times of peace and stability, but once war breaks out, we'll have to resort to any means necessary." Zhao Hongyu nodded. "I understand that without you having to remind me. Even if I'm a bit clueless, I can still tell the difference." With Zhao Hongyu's assurance, Wang Shan breathed a sigh of relief. With Zhao Hongyu's assurance, nothing would be a problem. Wang Shan admired his own highness for that. Zhao Hongyu's performance in the war against Virginia 6 months ago had greatly satisfied Wang Shan. He particularly admired the destruction of the Indian tribes in Virginia that were vassal states of the British. He was ruthless when necessary, without hesitation. While His Highness could sometimes be soft-hearted, he also knew the difference between the two. Fortunately, His Highness wasn't clueless, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. As the two chatted, Emma walked in. "I've told the cook to prepare it. The American ginseng soup you requested will be ready soon." Little Emma had no idea that Zhao Hongyu had simply sent her out, not wanting her to hear any confidential information. Dividing line, night fell over the earth. Although the ground was covered with thick white snow and beyond Zhao Hongyu and his team's base, the vast plains lay beyond, visibility was still very low. Dunbar and his companions sat on a sleigh pulled by elk, feeling the whistling wind as they rode. "What made you think of leaving Manhattan and coming to Lake Ontario, traveling at night and in the cold weather?" Dunbar, with nothing else to do, simply struck up a conversation with the geneticist driving the sleigh. He couldn't sleep on the sleigh anyway, so he was just sitting around doing nothing. Note, many place names in the Americas date back to the time of the Native Americans. After discovering the New World, Europeans adopted those names without alteration. The language of the Iroquois is similar to that of the Mohicans, with only minor differences in slang. The geneticists living in Manhattan, having come into contact with the Mohicans and the Native Americans who live there, have also learned a fair bit of Native American language. While their speech is somewhat halting, they can still manage to communicate. So, when the geneticist driving the cart was asked this question by Dunbar, he reflected on the instructions given by Lord Wang Shan before leaving and said, "We need to make more friends. We also need to find other tribes to exchange supplies. That's why we've come here. If we hadn't met you, we would have gone further north tomorrow." Dunbar smiled and said, "You're lucky to have met us. Honestly, you'd be disappointed otherwise."
Dunbar's words puzzled the geneticist driving the cart. He didn't know why Dunbar said that, so he asked curiously, "Why? Aren't there any other tribes in the north?" Dunbar fell silent, then nodded with a heavy voice. "Yes, there are no more tribes in the north." The Gene Man looked puzzled by Dunbar's answer. "Why is that?" Dunbar turned, gazing at the profile of the Gene Man driving the cart in the moonlight, and saw genuine curiosity on his face. "Aside from being wiped out by the white French, the northern tribes have joined us, the Iroquois, and migrated here. That's why I said you'd be disappointed there," Dunbar explained his reasoning. "Ah. The northern tribes were actually wiped out by the white French," the Gene Man feigned surprise. Dunbar said, "Yes, that happened 7 years ago. Back then, we Iroquois were at war with the white French, and as a result, some northern tribes either joined us or were massacred by the white French." The Gene Man remembered Dunbar's information and prepared to return to tell Wang Shan. Afterward, the Gene Man continued chatting with Dunbar. He also gradually extracted intelligence on the Iroquois and the French. "If that's the case, it's really thanks to you that we met. Otherwise, we would have gone north. Wouldn't it be a wasted trip?" "That would be a huge loss," the Genman said, echoing Dunbar's words. Dunbar listened to the Genman's words, thought for a moment, and said, "A wasted trip is a small matter. I'm worried that if you encounter a white caravan, you might be robbed. Our area has been very unstable lately, and many small villages have been attacked and looted by white people." The Genman had obtained another useful piece of information: the recent unrest here. If Dunbar's line of thought were to lead, the French, who were resisting the Northeast, dared to attack the Iroquois, then they would certainly not be afraid of the Iroquois starting a war with them. Could this be the prelude to a major war? The Genman's mind was racing. Unfortunately, there was no way to send this important information back, which gave the Genman a headache. After thinking it over, the Gene Man decided to find an opportunity tomorrow and send someone back to tell Wang Shan about this intelligence information. So now, all he had to do was continue to extract useful intelligence and obtain more information. Are the white people here so powerful? Aren't they afraid of starting a war with the Iroquois? The Gene Man asked Dunbar with feigned confusion. Dunbar replied, "God knows what the white people are thinking. They were defeated by us a few years ago. It was only because they possessed a powerful weapon that we didn't drive them into the sea. Now their population has increased, so they must have become bolder." Dunbar's expression was a little vague, as if he was lost in some memory. Chapter 188 Chat on the Road. Through casual conversation with Dunbar, the coachman learned, the following appears to be unrelated text fragments and should likely be omitted. Read the latest chapters of the popular novel on Strong. The powerful thing Dunbar described, spewing blue smoke, seemed to him to be a very ancient cannon. After further discussion, the geneticist was completely certain that Dunbar was referring to the cannon. In the war 7 years ago, the Iroquois had reached the French fortress of Quebec. However, they left countless bodies at the fortress, resulting in heavy losses. The reason was that the French had stationed several 8-pound cannons at the fortress. It was incredible to think that a mere few 8-pound cannons could have thwarted the Indian attack. It was hilarious, but the geneticist didn't laugh. He considered the differences in Indian tactics, French tactics, and weaponry, and Dunbar's conclusion was not surprising. After all, Europeans were still relatively advanced in weaponry compared to the Indians. Therefore, it was somewhat difficult for the Indians to defeat them. Furthermore, the French were not without help at the time, as not all northern Indian tribes recognized the Iroquois. Many considered the Iroquois the most dangerous and therefore assisted the French. Of course, many also harbored grudges against tribes within the Iroquois alliance, which was a major reason for their assistance in the fight against the French. It's important to note that intertribal wars and killings between Indians in the Americas were often caused by lingering grudges from previous generations, much like later tribal feuds in Africa. While they didn't understand the principle that the enemy of their enemy was their friend, the Indians understood the principle of supporting those who fought their enemy. The French, however, were no fools. They understood this and capitalized on it. Consequently, many northern tribes, lured by the French and offered benefits, sided with the French. When the Iroquois attacked the French, their headquarters were also attacked by Indian tribes that had defected to the French, inflicting heavy losses. Combined with their successful attack on the French fort, the war ended abruptly. This gave the French time to recuperate and mobilize forces from home. After the Iroquois retreated from the French,
They turned against the Indian tribes that had defected to them, annihilating them completely before the French could react. Of course, some escaped. After all, the Iroquois were not gods, so how could they not? Many tribes relocated to live near the French forts in Quebec, effectively surrendering to the French, much like the Indians in British Virginia. After the Iroquois eliminated the smaller tribes, they began to recuperate. While the Iroquois may appear powerful and numerous, this was only possible because all the tribes united. At the same time, a war would only create more trouble, and they did not want to be constantly at war. You know, every tribe sent warriors to join the war, but if one tribe had more men than the other or fewer casualties, it would cause further disputes. Therefore, after the French were defeated in that war, the Iroquois stopped talking about war. They believed that as long as the French didn't come to occupy their land, there was no need to start a war. Dunbar, do you think the destruction of some of your small villages by the whites this time is a prelude to another war? The genetic driver cracked his whip, perking up the elk. Dunbar pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. Do the whites really enjoy war so much? Dunbar was puzzled. He believed that no one should enjoy war. After all, once a war started, neither side would benefit. What would happen to the families of the soldiers who died on the battlefield? Dunbar had no idea that for Europe, war was a way to accumulate wealth. They used war to plunder wealth and seize land. These were their most important things. But the Indians were different. They had a vague, if not non-existent, concept of property. They also had no clear concept of land ownership, and therefore viewed war simply as revenge against their enemies. It was like, if you kill our people, we'll kill yours. When the enemy's numbers were too great, the Iroquois would mobilize more people to retaliate, and thus war ensued. While the Iroquois leaders prized land, even going to war with the French, their thinking was similar to that of the lower classes. They prized land because it was inherited from their ancestors and could not be simply handed over to outsiders. As for those lands outside their ancestral possessions, they had no stake in them. If they truly valued land, they would have long since expanded and plundered, just like Zhao Hongyu and the white people. They wouldn't be confined to the Great Lakes region as they are now. I'm not sure if those white people enjoy war, but it's true they do enjoy plundering. Our land has countless attractions for them, the geneticist driving the cart continued. Animal furs, wood, some mountain delicacies, and those gleaming silver stones, they all attract them. The geneticist did his best to use Indian language and thought to describe the Europeans he knew. Dunbar nodded silently after listening to the geneticist's account. He had to admit that this outsider was spot on. Those white people were indeed just like that. Greed. The definition of the word was incredibly accurate. Most importantly, those white people are even more ambitious for land. They love to claim it for themselves. Even if it doesn't originally belong to them, they'll use force and massacre to obtain it. The geneticist was a skilled talker, and he had successfully captivated Dunbar. You Iroquois are an obstacle to the whites' westward advance, so they must eliminate you. If they don't eliminate you, they won't be able to advance westward and occupy the vast territories there. The Gene Man continued to criticize the French. Dunbar found this more and more plausible, and he nodded his head vigorously, like a chicken eating rice. Oh, yes. Yes, that's exactly what you say. That's absolutely right. That's exactly what the whites are like. Every word the Gene Man said resonated with Dunbar, as if it were his own thoughts. It was just that, due to his lack of vocabulary, Dunbar simply didn't know how to express them. But now, the Gene Man had accurately expressed them, which made Dunbar very excited and happy. Tell your leader when you get back, and tell him to be careful. The white troops might have already entered the Iroquois region and started slaughtering you, the Gene Man reminded Dunbar, remembering the common tactics used by Europeans. That shouldn't happen. We have a lot of people out there. If too many of them move, we'll definitely find them, Dunbar said to the Gene Man, shaking his head. The Gene Man curled his lips. Don't forget those tribes that are vassal states of the French. If they attack you, the Iroquois, they'll definitely join them. With them as guides, entering some of the Iroquois villages shouldn't be difficult, the Gene Man sighed inwardly. The Indians of this era were truly simple and single-minded. Hearing the Gene Man's words, Dunbar shuddered. He thought, yes, this outsider is right. The whites aren't familiar with the terrain here, but the tribes that have joined them are very familiar with it. With them leading the way, it wouldn't be difficult to reach our outlying villages by taking the small paths. Seeing Dunbar ponder, the Gene Man continued, "And I imagine that over the years, those whites have done business with quite a few merchants, right?" Dunbar snapped out of his thoughts and glanced at the Gene Man. He didn't know what the geneticist meant by that, nor did he know what those merchants had to do with it. Nevertheless, he replied, "Yes, many white people from Quebec have been doing business with us over the years. Although we fought a war a few years ago, trade between us resumed as normal after that. After all, we need some of their goods, like ironware." A bitter look crossed Dunbar's face as he answered the geneticist. The geneticist casually asked, "Did the prices increase significantly?" Dunbar nodded bitterly. "Yes, you guessed right. After trade resumed, those damn white people raised the price threefold and even restricted the amount of ironware we could buy, and they haven't changed that since." The geneticist thought this was perfectly normal. After all, you weren't subservient to the French, and you had fought a war with them a few years ago, giving them a hard time. If this were happening in Manhattan, the leaders there would do the same thing, or even go even further. What else could he do? Could he continue selling weapons to the Iroquois, and then attack him after he had fed and beaten them? Obviously, that was unlikely. "Hey, can you show me this thing you're carrying?" Dunbar focused his attention on the flintlock rifle on the Gene Man's back. He didn't want to discuss the white skin issue anymore. The Gene Man took the flintlock rifle off and handed it to Dunbar. "This is a weapon unique to our tribe. Take a look." After taking the flintlock rifle, Dunbar fiddled with it and couldn't let it go. He had never seen a gun like this before. This gun was lighter than a matchlock rifle, and the gun body was more beautiful. At the same time, the foreigner said that this gun did not require the troublesome matchlock fuse, and the lead could be fired by just pulling the trigger. This made Dunbar even more curious. Holding the flintlock rifle in his hand, Dunbar kept changing his poses, showing how much he liked it. "Dunbar, didn't your tribe buy any arquebuses from the whites?" the genet spoke up. After so much chatting, they had become quite familiar with each other. "So?" The genet could call Dunbar by his name. Putting away the flintlock, Dunbar returned it to the genet, but the reluctance on his face was clear even at night. "The French won't sell us arquebuses. There are about 30 of them among all the Iroquois tribes." Dunbar uttered a figure that was unbelievable. How could such a large Iroquois confederation only have less than 30 arquebuses? The genet was truly in disbelief. He sighed. "I have no reason to lie to you. This is the truth. The French sell very few iron weapons, let alone arquebuses. And even if they were willing to sell them, we can't afford them." Then, Dunbar gave the genet a black market price for the arquebuses, causing the genet to gasp. 500 beaver pelts in exchange for a single arquebus, a truly rip-off. It would take a fool to exchange them. Arquebuses at that time weren't nearly as powerful as those of 100 years later, so the exchange wouldn't be of much use. So, the Iroquois gritted their teeth and held back. They knew that if they sided with either the British or the French during the Anglo-French War, they would be guaranteed ammunition, free of charge. Furthermore, flintlock rifles were still in use at the time, far superior to arquebuses. Unfortunately, the Indians, seeing the increasing power of firearms, practically every Indian had one. Otherwise, how could they have become such skilled marksmen? Therefore, they showed little interest in the firearms offered by the British and French. "Don't worry, we can sell you as many arquebuses as you want," the Gene Man assured Dunbar, patting his chest. Dunbar knew without his assurance, Zhao Hongyu had already mentioned to him during their earlier meeting that arquebuses were also for sale. However, Zhao Hongyu didn't, like the geneticist, say, "I can buy as many as the Iroquois want." "Are these all the guns you use?" Dunbar asked, pointing behind the geneticist. The geneticist rolled his eyes, wondering how that was possible. He replied, "Matchlocks. We don't have many of those, so we won't sell them." "Oh." Dunbar was slightly disappointed, but the fact that the matchlocks were still being sold was a good thing. Although matchlocks were a bit cumbersome to use, the Indians still liked them. They were very useful against large game. To be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member of the literary community. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 189 Cayuga Village. The next morning, the leader of the small group heading to the Cayuga tribe received the Genman's report. He immediately dispatched a Genman back to Lake Ontario, recognizing the importance of the information. The excuse was easy to come by and wouldn't attract Dunbar's attention. However, the information Dunbar received was crucial, so it had to be relayed to Wang Shan, who would then take appropriate action. The group then continued on their journey. With the aid of a sled, a device capable of full-speed travel over the snow, their progress was remarkably rapid. They reached their destination, which normally takes 3 or 4 days, in just 1 night and half a day. This was a truly eye-opening experience for Dunbar, who was experiencing the power of technology for the first time. It also sparked a strong interest in the sled. The sled wasn't exactly a high-tech product, it contained virtually no technological content. So, when Dunbar inquired, the gentleman sharing the vehicle assured him that the sled was for sale, and the price was reasonable. It could be exchanged for 300 bison or beaver hides. To Dunbar, this seemed like a steal. Little did he know, however, that this sled wasn't worth the price at all, as 300 bison or beaver hides were worth far more than the sled itself. But after all, no one in the entire Iroquois Confederacy would even build such a thing. Besides, this sled was only useful in winter, it was essentially useless in 3 of the 4 seasons. It was precisely for this reason that the Gene Man assured Dunbar that he could sell it to them. Otherwise, he'd try a flintlock rifle instead, and they wouldn't sell it at all. But even so, Dunbar would buy it. The reason was simple: with a sled, and the warm clothing they were selling, they could hunt in winter. And after the hunt, they wouldn't have to worry about transporting their prey. The sled was incredibly convenient. And elk were also easy to catch. When winter arrived, herds of elk would migrate from further north. Capturing a vast herd of elk is easy, it's a simple matter. Led by Dunbar, the team entered the village of the Cayuga tribe. The geneticists observed the people of the Iroquois Confederacy and discovered that they had already begun to possess some of the hallmarks of a progressive society. For example, they had cultivated fertile fields outside their villages, and their homes were not tents, but wooden structures. It could be said that they were currently in the process of transitioning from nomadic hunting to an agricultural civilization. If it weren't for the arrival of the white people, perhaps a primitive civilization would have formed many, many years later. However, the geneticists were not optimistic about the Indians' future. After all, even if the Iroquois achieved agricultural development, they would still be far behind the world as a whole. Consider that European and Eastern civilizations were already quite powerful in the world today. European civilization was about to embark on a new evolutionary path, while Eastern civilization had entered a dark age. Coupled with the arrival of Europeans on the American continent, this doomed the Iroquois and all Native Americans to a tragic end. Everyone, stop staring and smile. Although they're still very primitive, we need to cultivate good relations with them. Perhaps one day they'll become citizens of our empire. The leader of the group turned and shouted to his companions. The geneticists understood, their faces beaming with friendly smiles. Dunbar, speaking Cayuga, continued to explain and recount something to the gathered tribesmen. Many Cayuga women then turned and ran back to their houses. A moment later, they and their children returned with many furs. Dunbar then turned and approached the geneticists, saying, "Everyone is very interested in your merchandise, and the prices are very fair. So, please bring it out and show it to everyone." At the command of their leader, the geneticists set to work. They unloaded the goods from the sleds and spread them out on the ground, one by one, for the Cayuga to choose from. Many Cayuga people gathered around the sled, staring and talking to each other. It was the first time for them to see something that could move so fast on the snow. Dunbar, on the other hand, spoke to the people with a proud look on his face. Those who listened to Dunbar's words occasionally let out surprised sounds of and wow. Seeing everyone's reactions, Dunbar felt a little smug. At the same time, some people kept reaching out and stroking Dunbar's clothes, because Dunbar was now wearing a green labor protection military coat, and a green labor protection cotton coat underneath. It was no longer the airtight leather coat. "These clothes are very warm. I sat on this sled all night and didn't feel cold. If it were any other time, I would have frozen to death. Isn't it amazing?" Dunbar was like a person who had just embarked on a magical journey and was telling his people about his magical journey. "Come, let me show you how it feels." Dunbar stripped off his own clothes, pulled over an older Cayuga man, seemingly in his 50s, and draped his military coat over him. The Cayuga followed Dunbar's example, putting the coat on and feeling it. Then, he stared, nodding as he spoke to his companions. His message was that the coat was warm, that Dunbar wasn't lying, that it truly could keep out the cold. Everyone was immediately excited. You know, in America, whether the Iroquois or other tribes, they dreaded winter. They lacked effective insulation or clothing,
and many of them froze to death during the winter. But the foreigners Dunbar had brought with him could change that. How could they not be excited to have such a good thing, something that could keep them warm through the winter? Many immediately decided to buy it. And Dunbar explained that the coat was inexpensive, costing only 10 beaver pelts. 10 beaver pelts were nothing, practically everyone had them. Furthermore, clothing made from beaver pelts was leaky and offered no warmth, no comparison to this kind of clothing. Therefore, many people considered the price worth it. However, these outsiders brought more than just warm clothing, they also brought many goods the Cayuga had never seen before. Everyone, come and take a look. These white grains are rice, a specialty of our Manhattan region. They're incredibly fragrant and filling when cooked. This little box contains matches. Just one small one will light a fire. The geneticist pulled out a match and scratched it against the outside of the box. With a sizzle, it immediately burst into flames. This small match caught the attention of many Cayuga women. Indian tribes of this era still made fire by drilling wood. Each tribe maintained a perpetually burning fire, guarded by someone to prevent it from extinguishing and to provide easy access. Even so, the fire sometimes went out, causing them considerable trouble. Therefore, every time the fire went out, everyone had to drill wood to make it again, which was extremely troublesome. The Cayuga tribe also experienced this. After all, the tribe's fire was the result of everyone's hard work, but every household didn't have the resources to maintain it. So, if only matches were available, that would solve the original problem, wouldn't it? Besides, matches weren't expensive at all. One buffalo or beaver hide could be exchanged for 10 boxes of matches, and a box of matches contained 100 matchsticks. In other words, a box of matches could be used to light 100 matches. These Cayuga women, not very particular about numbers, fell into the Gene Man's trap. Made in Manhattan, excellent workmanship, with 10 rounds of gunpowder and lead. Any buffalo or beaver hide of the same hide as the gun barrel will be exchanged. And if you have something as glittering as this, come and see it. Elsewhere, a Gene Man pulled out a matchlock and shouted from his sleigh. The people around him were all Cayuga men. It seems that, as always, weapons only attract men. Is it true? You're really selling matchlocks? The Cayuga were a little incredulous. Even the whites wouldn't sell them, so how could these outsiders dare? Why not? We make this stuff ourselves. We have nothing to do with those whites, the geneticist said, looking around with a smile. Besides, we've already brought a matchlocks here. You still don't believe us? The surrounding Cayuga thought the same. If they've already brought a matchlocks here, how could they be a scam? Suddenly, the Cayuga men's excitement was ignited. Wait a minute, I'll go back and see if I have enough furs. Hey, I have those golden things. I've been saving them for years. I'll go home and see what I can find, and then I'll trade them for a matchlock. Everyone, come and try it out. Everyone can fire a free test shot. Well, there's something so good. The Cayuga men were suddenly even more enthusiastic. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to register as a member of the literature website. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190: A Good Start. While everyone was hawking their wares, a geneticist dug out several earthen stoves and set up a large black iron pot and several small woks. He calmly instructed his helpers to unload some ingredients and water from the sled. He took out some rice and poured it into the large iron pot, then added some water from a leather bag and rinsed the rice. After several attempts, his helper managed to light the stove. After adding water, he took out a wooden lid and placed it on the pot. Then, he and his helpers took up knives and began to work in front of many people. They shredded and sliced the meat, prepared preserved mustard greens, and laid out various spices, including a 13-spice blend. Meanwhile, a frozen turkey was unloaded from the sled, and American ginseng was also prepared. Fires were lit under the stoves of several small woks. The Cayuga men had no interest in this, so the only people surrounding them were married Cayuga women. They looked at the Gene Man with curiosity, eager to see what he was up to. Some clever Cayuga women seemed to have a clue. These outsiders seemed to be preparing food, but is cooking so complicated? I smell something. Hush up and let's take a closer look. Learning a little bit about cooking is great, What are those ingredients they were using? I've never seen them before, the Cayuga women gathered around and whispered to each other. However, the Gene Man and his helpers paid no attention to their reactions. They continued to work on their own tasks, unperturbed. He quickly prepared several side dishes. Then, his helpers set up a turkey and began grilling it. The spices were sprinkled on the turkey, and as the fat roasted, a fragrant aroma filled the air. The aroma stopped some of the men in their tracks, and if you listened closely, you could even hear them swallowing. The Cayuga women stared in disbelief at the busy Janet and his helpers. Were they cooking? This was the first time they had seen such a method of preparing food. The Cayuga women, like the Mohawk women, cooked the same few dishes over and over again. They boiled dried meat or grilled it. Most of the time, they didn't even add salt. The aroma was truly amazing. It was the first time they had ever smelled such a fragrance in their entire lives. While his helpers were grilling, the Janet brought out the stir-fried side dishes and placed them on the table in front of him. Come on, everyone, come and try our food and see if it's delicious. It's all free. The Indian women were polite. Although they surrounded the Janet, they didn't crowd in, but kept a slight distance from the table. The first Cayuga taster appeared, a young, seemingly young girl. She walked out somewhat shyly and timidly, swallowing nervously before giving the Gene Man a timid glance. The girl was completely captivated by the aroma. She had never smelled anything quite like it before. Furthermore, her youth meant she couldn't resist the temptation and became the first to try it. Don't be afraid, little girl. Come and give it a try. The Gene Man's bright smile eased the girl's anxiety. His teeth were so white, truly beautiful. The girl blushed, thinking this foreign man was much more handsome than the men of her own tribe. The girl nodded shyly and walked over. The Gene Man, observing her shyness, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He picked up a wooden spoon and handed it to the girl. Considering that the Cayuga people weren't used to using chopsticks, the Gene Man thoughtfully provided spoons. After accepting the spoon from the Gene Man, the girl followed his instructions and scooped a spoonful from the dish of stir-fried pickled mustard greens and shredded pork into her mouth. Delicious. The pickled mustard greens were crunchy and delicious. The little girl didn't know how to describe it, because she suddenly felt her vocabulary was so limited. This is pickled mustard greens and shredded pork, a common dish in Manhattan. In the Cayuga tribe, I think every household has a butcher shop, the Gene Man said with a smile, then asked a question. The people around them nodded. Yes, everyone has a butcher shop, no one has more than one. For Native Americans, meat is common sense. After all, meat is readily available in the Americas, given their abundant wildlife resources. If you buy this pickled mustard greens, everyone will have a new dish, the Gene Man said, seizing the opportunity to advertise. How is it, Kaya? Tell me, Kaya, what does it taste like? Tell me, don't ask. Just look at little Kaya and you'll know it's delicious. I want to try it too. I can't resist. With the example of the girl named Kaya, the surrounding Cayuga people became more active. However, they didn't make a scene. Instead, they maintained their politeness and courtesy, forming a long, orderly line, each one trying the food. The Cayuga people impressed the geneticists. It's really good, very crispy. The Cayuga people, having tasted pickled mustard greens for the first time, began to exclaim in admiration. Everyone took a bite, and quickly finished the entire plate of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork. But don't worry, there were still several more dishes for them to try. The rest was much easier. After tasting the dishes, everyone gained a better understanding of the seasonings the geneticists were selling. Their enthusiasm for buying was high. Indeed, if you don't let people experience it for themselves, who would believe you based on empty promises? That's what the white people do, but it's deceptive. Manhattanites would never deceive, they would conduct business with integrity. The Cayuga people had never seen such a way of doing business before. However, it created a strong liking for these outsiders. The reason was simple. Their actions showed that these outsiders wouldn't try to trick them with junk goods. This was a stark difference from the white people. But that wasn't all. The geneticist would select a Cayuga woman and have her, under his instruction, cook a few dishes using Manhattan-made cookware. The seasonings used were the very ingredients the geneticist was selling. Having a native woman personally cook, and while the resulting dishes might be inferior, it proved the outsider's seasonings were genuine. Otherwise, who would buy something that looked like dried bark or some other plant?
It's true that these Cayuga people had no resistance to these 21st century sales tactics, they were completely captivated. Meanwhile, the geneticist's assistant brought out the roasted turkey. Everyone, try this and see how it tastes different from your usual roasted food. The geneticist expertly cut around the roasted chicken with a small knife. In a short moment, the roasted turkey was chopped into 8 pieces. A rich aroma wafted out, the smell truly enticing. In this day and age, using so many spices on barbecue was unthinkable. But for the geneticist, it was nothing. A small packet of 13 spices, barely enough to use, cost less than 5 yuan. Yet, that small packet could be exchanged for dozens of beaver pelts, worth tens of thousands of yuan. Damn, the sheer profit margins were unbelievable. Delicious, delicious. Much more fragrant than our usual grilled meats. Absolutely delicious. Well, if I used this seasoning on my barbecue, my husband wouldn't complain about my cooking. The Cayuga housewives shared their thoughts. How do you trade this seasoning? Someone started asking about the price. 80 beaver pelts or 50 bison hides for this large bag of mixed spices. The geneticist held up a large brown paper bag that looked to weigh at least 2 pounds. In modern times, 2 pounds of 13 spices would be enough to last 3 years. But the gene man knew the Cayuga would probably use up all their spices in a year. But that didn't matter, they could go hunting and trade later. Everyone started whispering and discussing the price. The Cayuga women found the price acceptable. I'll teach you how much of this spice to use when cooking. I won't let you waste it. You know, if you use too much of this spice, it won't taste good. The gene man kindly began to teach them how to cook. This was exactly what the Cayuga women wanted. And these gene man's words further strengthened the Cayuga people's favorability towards them. What an upright tribe. If they weren't like this, who would care if you wasted? If they were white people, they would even hope you did. The more you use, the faster your spices will run out. That way, they can get more goods, right? But these outsiders were different. They worried about waste and patiently taught everyone. The captain of this small group, watching everyone get along well with the Cayuga, nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, a good start, to be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member on the literary community. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 191. She has a worm in her stomach. Initially, the small group's interactions with the Cayuga seemed positive. The merchandise from Manhattan also successfully captured the Cayuga's interest. Coupled with their attentive service and helpful guides, the Cayuga were very positive about these outsiders. The geneticists selling goods interacted well with the Cayuga, seemingly reacting favorably. Not far away, a small leader from the Cayuga village approached, surrounded by a group of people. The Cayuga, accompanied by him, were warriors wearing eagle feathers, each of them muscular and formidable, looking no match for the others. This didn't matter to the geneticists, however. After all, they weren't coming to fight the Cayuga. Instead, they were coming to trade with them in a friendly manner. Therefore, since they had come to the Cayuga with such a friendly attitude, the people of this village wouldn't likely pose any threat to them. Besides, their interactions with the Cayuga weren't already good, at least no one disliked them. Some Cayuga men began test-firing their muskets at a geneticist's stall. The sounds of bang-bang echoed in the Cayuga men's cheers. Not far away, the geneticists had erected several targets. Some had already brought furs from their homes and began trading them. The muskets were doing well and were already open. Stalls selling matches, rice, and spices were also crowded with Cayuga women. Many of these women also began trading with the geneticists. Besides buffalo and beaver hides, the Cayuga men offered gold, silver, and other animal furs. The geneticists accepted everything, though the amount of exchange varied. The Cayuga had no objection, understanding that it was perfectly fair. The geneticists were quickly relieved of the Cayuga's surprise at the gold and silver. You see, although they had gone to war with the French a few years prior, they had come into contact with numerous French merchants after the truce. Therefore, it's not surprising that the Cayuga had some gold and silver coins. Perhaps the French merchants, running out of goods to exchange, had resorted to using gold and silver coins. The Cayuga knew these coins could be used to buy other goods from the whites, so it wasn't surprising that they accepted them. The Cayuga, hoping to test the waters, offered gold and silver coins to the genetic people. To their surprise, the foreigners actually accepted their gold and silver coins, which reassured the Cayuga. The stalls selling matchlock rifles were the most popular,
Other stalls were more interested in animal skins. The Cayuga village leader, Macaro, led his warriors to the bustling makeshift market and was stunned by the bustling crowd. "It's so lively. Could everyone in our village have come here?" Macaro muttered quietly. "Isn't that your wife? Look what she bought." Macaro saw the wife of one of his men, who had been following him, emerge from the throng, clutching a package of 13 spices she had just exchanged. But she didn't leave, instead standing on tiptoe, staring at something. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like that packaged before," the Cayuga warrior, crowned with 3 eagle feathers, replied, shaking his head. "Let's go and take a look. It's a strange day. What are you all doing here?" "It's really strange." Filled with confusion, Macaro led his warriors over. "Hello, Macaro, hello." Along the way, Cayuga people kept greeting him. Although this was just a small Cayuga village, and Macaro wasn't the actual Cayuga leader, he was a manager appointed by the leader, so the ordinary Cayuga treated him with respect. After all, the Iroquois Confederation was already a civilized tribe that had achieved evolution. Although this civilization was still very primitive, they had begun to understand etiquette and courtesy, especially towards those in higher positions, where they had established a system of etiquette. Macaro repeatedly gestured to return the greetings. He grabbed someone and asked, "What's going on here? Why are you all here?" The Cayuga man Macaro grabbed replied, "Dunbar has brought back a lot of foreigners. They've brought a lot of goods, and they're willing to sell arquebuses, so everyone wants to buy them first." Arquebuses for sale. Macaro and the Cayuga warriors around him were immediately excited. After all, the whites had always restricted the sale of such weapons to any Iroquois tribe. Therefore, to this day, there wasn't a single arquebus in their Cayuga tribe. However, he also learned from the man just now that this was a group of foreigners. The tribesmen didn't use the term white skin, suggesting these outsiders were referring to other Indian tribes. Furthermore, these outsiders couldn't possibly be vassal tribes annexed by the whiteskins, as they referred to those tribes as white dogs. "Let's go check on those outsiders. I wonder where they came from, and how they'd actually sell us muskets," Macaro said, suddenly intrigued. "And bring Dunbar along. He brought these people back, so we need to get information from him first," his subordinates responded, and 2 of them left him, searching the stalls for Dunbar. A short while later, they returned to Macaro's side and whispered something in his ear. "You said these outsiders can heal? Are they visiting Dunbar's sick daughter?" Macaro was stunned. In Indian belief, anyone who could heal was considered a distinguished figure, at least a high-ranking shaman. But today, he was surprised. Could it be that among these people coming to trade with them, there was a wizard from the other side? "Is there a wizard among them?" Macaro whispered to his subordinates who had gone to investigate. In his opinion, there was no other explanation. And if it was indeed a wizard, then they would have to be understanding. The subordinate shook his head. "No wizard. I heard they have a product called medicine that can cure certain ailments, and in their tribe, there's no need for a wizard to treat illnesses." The subordinate said something that puzzled Macaro even more. If he couldn't figure it out, he decided to forget about it and save himself the headache. "In that case, let's go to the Dunbar family. I think once we get there, we'll understand everything." Macaro decided to go to the Dunbar family and see how these outsiders treated illnesses. Seeing things firsthand should make things clearer. His subordinates responded, each of them deeply curious. They all wanted to see how these outsiders treated illnesses. So, Macaro led his men toward Dunbar's home. The Cayuga village was small, so finding Dunbar's home was easy for Macaro, and they soon arrived outside. Dunbar's home was a circular structure, resembling a cylinder, topped with a cone cap. The wooden structure served as the main structure, and the Cayuga used mud and water to form a slurry, which served as a barrier against wind and rain. The cone cap on the roof was made of a nearby wormwood, effectively blocking out rain. It's clear that the Iroquois village had already developed a rudimentary civilization. Had it not been disrupted by external forces, no one knows what level it would have reached. Unfortunately, this is just a hypothesis. After all, the Iroquois ultimately fell apart, becoming a mere term in history books. Presumably, no one knew or explored this fact. Macaro and his men arrived outside the Dunbar residence. The door was left open, not locked. As Macaro approached the door, he could easily see what was going on inside. Because electricity didn't exist in those days, the light inside was dim. Fortunately, it was still daytime, so visibility was still good. Makaro saw some foreigners dressed in strange attire, green military coats, busying themselves with something near Dunbar's daughter. They were holding something transparent and white, hanging it up, and inserting thin metal rods into the girl's body. Could this cure illnesses? Makaro walked in unnoticed. Upon noticing Makaro's entry, the foreigners simply glanced at him and then paid no more attention. Their attention was now focused on Dunbar's daughter, and their expressions were somewhat serious. One of them reached out and pressed the girl's left wrist. Dunbar stood nearby, a look of nervousness on his face, rubbing his hands. "Makaro, you're here," Dunbar bowed upon seeing Makaro. The necessary respect must be shown to the managers sent to the village by the chief. Following Makaro were the warriors wearing eagle feathers. "Some people, please leave. The room is too dark and we can't see clearly." After they all walked in, the light in the room dimmed. As the light dimmed, the Gene man who was treating the little girl suddenly spoke. Dunbar looked at Makaro with a wry smile. The Gene man spoke in Indian language, which he had learned from the Mohawk tribe. The Mohawk language was not much different from the language used by the Iroquois, so Makaro could hear it clearly. He turned around and said a few words to the few people who dared to stand by him, and they withdrew. After all, this was related to Dunbar's daughter's illness. The little girl had been ill for a long time, and all the Cayuga people in the village knew about it. A once innocent and lively little girl had suddenly fallen ill, not only with a strange illness but also with a tormenting pain. Everyone hoped she would recover. "What are you doing? Will this cure her?" Makaro leaned over and asked quietly. He had never seen these things before, so he was curious. The bottle the Gene man had hung was actually a saline bottle, and the one in the girl's arm was an IV tube. It might not seem like much to a Gene man, but it was different for the Cayuga. They had never seen anything like it. One of the Gene men glanced at him and replied, "The girl is too weak. It seems she's missed the best time for treatment. However, her condition isn't at its worst yet. If all goes well, she should be recoverable." The girl lying there was emaciated beyond recognition. Although she looked like a skeleton, her belly was as large as a ball. This made everyone who saw her scalp tingle. Dunbar's excitement intensified when he heard his daughter could be saved. "I beg you to save my daughter. She's only 10. If you can save her, I'll pay you 1,000 beaver pelts," Dunbar promised, offering his all. The Gene man shook his head. "We charge 10 pelts for a visit and 50 for the medicine, so you don't have to pay that much. Although this disease is difficult to treat, we won't deliberately raise the price." The Gene man's words nearly brought Dunbar to tears. What a kind man. This is a truly kind man. If Dunbar weren't so limited in his vocabulary, he would have been incredibly enthusiastic. Makaro, upon hearing the Gene man say this disease could be cured, immediately perked up. With Dunbar's daughter in such a state, and the disease looking so bizarre, everyone thought she wouldn't survive. But these outsiders claimed it could be cured. It was simply incredible. After all, everyone who saw the little girl didn't think she could survive. Even Makaro himself thought so. Even Dunbar's wife was secretly preparing for their daughter's funeral. "What disease does she have?" Makaro asked again. The geneticists treating the little girl exchanged a glance, then exchanged a few words. One of them replied, "If our diagnosis is correct, the little girl must have worms in her stomach." To be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member of the literature community. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 192 The Price of Conscience. The outsiders claimed the little girl had worms in her stomach, a claim that struck many Cayuga villagers as unbelievable. Read the latest chapters of popular novels on strongstrong.com first. How could worms possibly be inside a human body? These outsiders must be exaggerating, trying to scare people. However, no one spoke these words to the outsiders, they simply pondered them in their hearts. Because, with the exception of Dunbar's daughter, these outsiders had already cured many people in the past 3 days. Of course, none of these people had serious illnesses, they had only minor ailments like a bad cold or diarrhea, which were easily treatable. However, if it weren't for the genetic people, these sick Cayuga would have suffered greatly. While the illness wasn't serious, it was still very torturous. Especially since the Cayuga's winter diet was greasy, it made it difficult for the afflicted to eat. This only made their illness worse. But after the genetic people appeared, such incidents ceased to occur. The days of even minor illnesses taking lives were a thing of the past. If you have diarrhea, take this medicine and it will stop immediately. Take 1 tablet for half a day and it will stop. Combine it with the rice sold by the geneticists and make a pot of porridge to nourish your stomach. You'll be back to full strength in less than 3 days. If you have a cold, get an IV drip for 3 days and it will be gone. Loss of appetite for 3 days is fine. Eat rice porridge with pickled mustard greens and avoid greasy foods. These Indians basically suffer from these same ailments. Things like cancer are completely unheard of. Serious illnesses can't be treated, but minor ailments are no problem for these geneticists. Almost every soldier under Zhao Hongayu's command is now qualified to serve as a barefoot doctor. They learned this skill from the female geneticists among the Chinese geneticists in Manhattan who attended medical school and have some knowledge of medicine. Essentially, all the male geneticists living in Manhattan understand this medical knowledge. Zhao Hongyu forced them to learn this knowledge. Therefore, the geneticist soldiers in Zhao Hongayu's guard are able to treat the Cayuga here. 3 days passed in a flash, and Dunbar's daughter had expelled numerous worms during those 3 days. This shocked everyone in the village. They couldn't understand why worms could exist in a human body. And how could worms survive inside a human body? But no matter how they reasoned, the facts before them were undeniable. Her belly, once swollen like a ball, had slowly begun to deflate. With continued treatment, Dunbar's daughter would recover. The geneticist's treatment was simple: 2 daily tablets of intestinal parasite removal. For the little girl, the worms were resolved, but her nutrition was paramount. After all, the little girl had been frail and tormented by illness for so long. Although the worms had been eliminated, she was still severely malnourished. Therefore, gradually replenishing her nutrition was paramount. Furthermore, the little girl was extremely weak, relying entirely on the geneticists to administer intravenous drips and nutrient injections to maintain her health. This ensured that, with Dunbar's support, she could walk outside daily to excrete the worms. Otherwise, even with a cure for the worms, her body wouldn't be able to sustain it. The girl was so thin she was practically skin and bones, a testament to her current state of weakness. The Gene Man made porridge for the girl every day, caring for her meticulously. This was observed by the Cayuga people of the village. The Cayuga now looked upon these outsiders with more than just respect. They were filled with respect and admiration. Those whose illnesses were cured by the Gene Man were filled with gratitude. White people sometimes treated patients and sold medicine. However, the medicine sold by those bastards was not only extremely expensive but also generally ineffective. Furthermore, the white people's treatment of the Cayuga was essentially a scam. This contrast instantly boosted the Cayuga's favor for the Gene Man. Macaro, the village's chief, visited Dunbar's house daily to chat with the Gene Man who treated the girl. Why are there worms in the human body? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. For the past few days, Dunbar's daughter's feces had been covered in long worms. After seeing it with his own eyes, Macaro couldn't help but believe it. The Gene Man had just hung a milky white bag over the little girl's head and inserted a needle into a vein on the back of her hand. Hearing this, the Gene Man raised his hand to touch the IV tube before saying to Macaro, "This isn't surprising. The food we eat already contains many tiny worms, invisible to the naked eye. And if we don't pay attention to hygiene, worm eggs can accumulate in our bodies." Why is this so? Macaro asked 1,000 questions, because what these outsiders were talking about seemed so mysterious to him. It was something he had never heard of before, and it was the first time he had heard of it. Looking up at Macaro, who looked like a curious child, the Gene Man smiled. The Gene Man then patiently explained to Macaro in detail about roundworms and hookworms, the dangers these parasites pose to the human body, and how to prevent them. He urged him to avoid eating anything he thought he would, and to avoid drinking raw water. He also emphasized personal hygiene, washing his hands after defecation and before eating. He also emphasized that wild fruits and some plant-based foods should be washed thoroughly before eating. This would reduce the risk of contracting the disease. Macaro understood the importance of avoiding eating anything he thought he would, but the importance of raw water, personal hygiene, and washing food thoroughly was a bit puzzling. "Does everyone in your tribe in Manhattan do this?" Macaro asked. The Gene Man nodded. "Yes. We pay close attention to this aspect. Even so, it only reduces the risk of illness. Children still occasionally fall ill. But as long as you're careful, it's always good." "The medicine you gave Dunbar's child is specifically for treating worms, right?" Macaro asked, sitting down. The Gene Man replied, "Yes, this is a deworming drug, and it's very effective. You've seen it these past few days. The little girl has already expelled quite a few worms, right?" Of course, Makaro saw it. He wasn't blind. The drug's effects seemed miraculous to him, and incredibly effective. Dunbar's daughter had been thought dead by everyone, but thanks to the treatment of these outsiders, she was now, though still thin, at least not as strong. If possible, I'd like to buy more of your medicine on behalf of the village and give it to the children. From what you've said, I suspect all the children in the village have these worms to some degree, Makaro said sincerely to the Gene Man. Makaro was a young chief with a strong sense of responsibility. Sent by the Cayuga chief to manage the village, he fulfilled his duties with utmost dedication. He didn't want the village under his charge to face any problems. Furthermore, children were extremely important to the tribe. They were the hope of the tribe, and they would become strong warriors in the future. These warriors will eventually grow old, and the future depends on these children. Therefore, Makaro had to be cautious. According to the outsiders, they used to pay no attention to hygiene. Doesn't that mean all the children in the tribe will be infected with this disease? Furthermore, the outsiders said these worms can parasitize the human body, and unless there are too many of them, there's no noticeable effect. Dunbar's daughter fell ill because of the excessive number of worms. The others are fine because their numbers are too low, which is why they haven't fallen ill like Makaro's daughter. It's not that they don't have the worms in their bodies, just that the numbers are low. If the worms in their bodies multiply to a certain extent, they'll become like Makaro's daughter. The thought of this is chilling, it's simply too terrifying. Oh, do you want to buy medicine to deworm the children in the village? That's a good thing. Deworming the children won't suffer from malnutrition, and they'll grow up strong and healthy, the Gene Man said to Makaro with a smile. Is this expensive? Hearing the other party agreed to sell the anthelmintic to the village, Makaro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But soon, he began to worry about the price. Makaro believed that this medicine, with its effectiveness, couldn't be cheap. If it was too expensive, he wouldn't be able to buy much. He would then have to selectively give it to the children to eliminate the worms and ensure their healthy growth. 3 beaver or bison skins for 1 pill. That's not expensive, right? The Gene Man offered a price without hesitation. Phew. What a conscience price. These outsiders must be kind messengers of God. Makaro was deeply moved. Such an effective medicine, and it could be exchanged for just a few skins? What else could he say? Compared to those unscrupulous white people, these outsiders from the Manhattan tribe were genuinely negotiating. Little did Makaro know that what he considered a conscience price was actually the worst kind of rip-off. If he were to see it himself, he'd realize the geneticist in front of him was actually quite embarrassed. Because the geneticist knew the price of intestinal worm removal, and for offering such a price, how could he not be ashamed? To be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member on the literature website. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 193 Everyone needs to get rid of the pests. 3 beaver pelts were worth over 1,000. 3 bison hides were worth a bit more, but about the same. And how much did a box of 10 worm killer pills cost? Just over 30 yuan. 30-something worth of medicine could be exchanged for 1,000 yuan worth of merchandise. What else could that be? Even so, even in this small Cayuga village, this exchange was considered a fair price. To the Cayuga, these outsiders were truly negotiating. But the geneticists knew about this, and they wouldn't gossip about it. They understood that making a fortune in silence could also earn a good reputation. Besides, Umbrella Corporation's chief, Zhang Tai, had said that when conditions allowed, legal profits should be made. They were also upholding Master Zhang Tai's principles, right? Makaro glanced at the milky white nutrient solution again and asked further questions. The geneticists patiently answered. After a brief conversation, Makaro, on behalf of his village, signed a trade agreement with the leader of the small group. In the agreement, Makaro offered a year-round supply of the intestinal worm-clearing agent, to which the genetic leader readily agreed. To gain further fame and favor, the leader of the small trading group even told Makaro and the others, although the medicine is difficult to produce, since both sides are Indians, they will do their best to provide and satisfy their needs, and will absolutely not let the children of our brother tribe suffer. These words brought the Cayuga to tears. Good man, the geneticists lowered their heads in shame at the leader's disgrace, not wanting the Cayuga to see their agonized expressions. Trade agreements between Indians were simple to sign, as Indians lacked a written language, making paper agreements impossible. Therefore,
As long as everyone in the village appeared in Macaro and the genetic leader touched their right index fingers together in public, the agreement was sealed. To the gene editors, this seemed a bit of a joke. However, those who had interacted with many Native Americans knew that Native Americans held the sanctity of their agreements extremely high, and would not abandon them. At least, that was true in the 17th century. The 18th century was no longer so. One can only say that Native Americans today are still relatively rule-abiding and believe in moral principles. However, their culture has been impacted and influenced by white culture, and these ancient moral principles have gradually been forgotten. Furthermore, some Native American children intentionally adopted by white people have brought a significant impact on the Native American tribes. If possible, adults should also take some of this medicine. In fact, everyone has worms in their bodies, the gene editor's leader said seriously to Macaro after confirming the agreement with him. Even us adults have worms. Macaro's eye twitched. He had thought only children had worms. The gene editor's leader looked at Macaro seriously and said, "Don't doubt me. You all definitely have them." Since they had said so, it would be a sign of disdain to disbelieve them. Besides, they cured Dunbar's children and were so kind, they wouldn't deceive him. It was obvious that the Indians were simple-minded. Once they had a favorable impression of the geneticists and had accepted them, they generally didn't doubt their words. 2 pills a day, the children too. You'll know in a day. The geneticist leader turned around and waved to his companions. Several geneticists came over with some unpacked intestinal worm tablets. The tablets came in a small bag, 1,200 in total. This was all they had brought with them, and they wouldn't have any more. After all, there were only 10 sleds, and they couldn't possibly carry all the medicine. There were also matchlock guns, rice, and other goods. So, 1,200 tablets wasn't even close to what Macaro had in mind. He needed more pills, and the others in the village felt the same way. Everyone had seen the worms Dunbar's daughter had been excreting these past few days. The thought of having such worms in their own bodies filled them with deep unease. No one wants to have so many worms in their stomach. The thought of it is terrifying. This village, with its combined population of men, women, young and old, totals over 2,000 people. The Cayuga tribe has 8 such villages, and this is the least populated. If calculated per head, at least 20,000 deworming tablets would be needed. After all, a single dose isn't enough to deworm, it must be taken multiple times. Taking 2 tablets at once would mean the villagers would have consumed over 4,000 to 5,000 tablets. If taken multiple times, 20,000 tablets would definitely be needed. Give them to the children first. We've brought very little with us this time. Please forgive us, but we'll be back soon. Dunbar knows where our camp is, and you can send someone to find us, the genetic leader said to Macaro. I will definitely return, and I'll bring people from other villages and the Cayuga leader to visit you, Macaro promised, patting his chest. Nonsense. According to the geneticists, everyone has worms in their stomachs, so who's afraid? So, they had to visit Zhao Hongayu for the deworming medicine. It's okay to take more at first, but once the worms are gone, you can take it once a month. This is to prevent further parasites from infesting your stomach. The geneticist leader also went so far as to sell the medicine, establishing a long-term business deal for the deworming medicine. But you can't say he's deceiving the Cayuga. After all, given their hygiene, there's no guarantee there won't be a recurrence. So, this is a safer option, and it's for the Cayuga's health. It also opens up a financial opportunity for them, so why not? In short, it's a win-win for both sides. My power isn't great. If we want to expand our trade, the Cayuga leader will need to meet with our chief. Only he has the authority to expand trade with the Cayuga and restrict the sale of matchlock guns to you, the geneticist leader said to Macaro seriously. I've got it, brother. We won't be long before we meet your leader. After a brief chat with Macaro, the gene people finally boarded the sled. The sled was piled high with furs. The goods they had brought with them had long since been sold out in the village. Even so, they still had nearly 10,000 furs left to take with them, as they simply couldn't fit them all. Don't worry, brother. We'll deliver the furs left here, Macaro shouted as he watched the sled drive away. Their willingness to leave the furs behind was a sign of trust in the Cayuga people. Therefore, Macaro wouldn't let this matter go unanswered. After waiting for the outsiders to leave, Macaro immediately distributed the intestinal worm medicine. Although the number of pills wasn't sufficient, Macaro's first concern was the children. So, After each child had received their own, Macaro distributed the remaining medicine to the adults. He needed to see if it was true, as those people had said, that even adults could harbor worms. He would keep these doubts to himself, absolutely not speaking them out. Suspicion was deeply disrespectful. As time passed, Macaro's suspicions faded the next day. The children in the village who had received the pills and consumed them began excreting worms the following day. The same was true for the adults he had given the pills to. The worms they excreted were fatter, longer, and thicker. This convinced Macaro completely of the foreign leader's words. At the same time, Macaro felt ashamed of his own disbelief. But regardless, he had proven one thing, that worms did indeed exist in the human stomach. With this answer, Macaro dared not delay. He quickly dispatched personnel to deliver the furs left by the genetic people. He then sent out messages to inform the other tribes of what had happened and what he had encountered. He personally went to the leader to share his story about the worms in the human body. At the same time, he also had to personally persuade the chief to open trade with these foreigners from the Manhattan area. To persuade the chief, Macaro brought 10 pills, hoping to have him try them firsthand to further convince him. The village children rushed to deworm, but the 2 pills they were given were ineffective. Consequently, many of the children's fathers began to pack their furs and leave the tribe. Led by Dunbar, they would personally seek out the foreigners' camps and trade with them for more pills. Seeing their children truly infested with the worms was a dreadful thought for any parent. The heart of any parent is pitiful, and this was true even for Native American parents. The thought of their children being infested was a profound pain for these parents. The fact that they themselves were also infested was secondary. Their first priority was to cure their children, and only then would they consider their own. It seems that parents, from ancient times to the present, have always prioritized their children. Of course, with the exception of some selfish, eccentric parents and those who are just beasts. Dunbar's daughter, thanks to the gene therapy, has completely eliminated the parasites from her body and is now recovering. Though still skinny as a skeleton, she'll slowly recover given time. The song Empire? They saved me, the little girl said, lying in bed, eating the rice porridge her father had traded her furs for, staring blankly at the rooftop. Her mother had no idea what she was thinking. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please register as a member on 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 194 It's Better to Be Careful. Zhao Hongyu and his men, stationed at Lake Ontario, had also received a report from the geneticists a few days earlier, 138 views. Because the information was important, the young leader sent someone back the next morning to relay it after learning about it. After Wang Shan received the information, he immediately found Zhao Hongyu and reported it. After listening to Wang Shan's retelling, Zhao Hongyu had some plans. It seems that there are no other tribes in the north except the French. This is a good thing. After all, when we develop the north, we won't encounter any resistance. However, with our current strength, developing the north is not so realistic. After all, it's freezing cold there, and we can't develop anything. Zhao Hongyu expressed his opinion. At this time, little Emma was no longer with Zhao Hongyu. Now that the little girl had left Manhattan, she no longer had to be so cautious, so she suddenly let go of her true nature. Every day, she would take her maid and dozens of Mohawk warriors to ride around or hunt. Anyway, there are many wild animals in this era, so there is no need to worry about animal protection. If the little girl likes to play, let her play. Zhao Hongyu didn't mind this. And Emma's absence also made it convenient for him to talk with Wang Shan. Wang Shan smiled when he heard this. Actually, Canada still has some good things, but it is a little difficult to develop with manpower. However, this will not prevent us from occupying the entire area and leaving it for future development. Zhao Hongyu nodded. You are right. If I leave such a large piece of land alone, I would be a fool. So what do you think? Wang Shan thought for a while and said, the information fed back by the geneticists said that some small villages in the Iroquois were destroyed recently. Then judging from the situation in this area, it should not be done by anyone. It must be those French guys or the tribes under their vassalage. I personally think that this should be the French testing the Iroquois. Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment, then said, that's about right, I think so too. The French have long been eyeing the land here, and the Iroquois are a big obstacle. If the Iroquois are not kicked out, the French will not be able to bring all the land under their control. Your Highness, I think we can provoke a war. Then we can reap the benefits.
For us, whether it's the Iroquois or the French, they're both our rivals for now. Wang Shan didn't care about moral values. In their view, the outcome was what mattered. As for the means, the process, the slaughter, and so on, those were for future generations to judge. His priority now was to assist His Highness in creating a glorious nation and a vast empire for the Huaxia genetic people. Of course, if conditions permitted, he would also provide the descendants of the Hook with abundant resources and land to lavishly exploit. As a devoted devotee of the supremacy of the Huaxia bloodline, Wang Shan considered everyone else inferior. While he didn't say it out loud, he held this view in his heart. He didn't say it because His Highness's power was still weak, and the Huaxia genetic people under his command hadn't yet become the majority. Once the Huaxia people truly became the majority, or even the majority, Wang Shan would undoubtedly begin to instill his ideals in the genetic people. After all, the other races were still needed. Without their advice, how would we fight in the future? Wang Shan understood this principle, so he could only bury this idea deep in his heart. Unlike Song Hu's angry youth and Zhang Tai's pride, he was a true admirer of the supremacy of the Chinese race. Therefore, as long as the Chinese could benefit from being at the top of the world, he would not care about the lives of other races. Adding fuel to the fire, Zhao Hongayu's lips curled slightly. Well, that's a good idea. But we have to think long-term and do it quietly. But we can't shoot ourselves in the foot, that would be bad. Zhao Hongayu also had his concerns. He was worried that if he went too far, the Iroquois and the French would regard him as enemies. Such a thing was not impossible, so he had to consider it carefully. Don't worry, Your Highness. If you leave this matter to me, I will definitely keep it secret. We will definitely have the last laugh in this war and reap the ultimate benefits, Wang Shan assured Zhao Hongyu with absolute certainty. Alright, then, I'll leave this to you. As they say, war requires no extremes. If we want to maximize our benefits, then the means are unimportant. Zhao Hongyu wasn't a fool. He knew it was unrealistic to expect universal approval and a bloodless rise for an empire. If he remained so naive, he wouldn't survive in this era. Okay, Your Highness, I'll proceed slowly. Wang Shan, upon seeing Zhao Hongyu agree, felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, if the French and the Iroquois went to war, the Song Empire would undoubtedly be the ultimate beneficiary. That was a foregone conclusion. Neither side could have anticipated that a jackal was lurking in the south. Wang Shan, are you seriously saying the French are going to war with the Iroquois? Since the matter has already been decided, it's okay to talk about it now, just as a chat? Wang Shan pondered for a moment and replied, even if they don't have this intention, I will make them all have this intention. But based on the feedback I've received, I think it's pretty close. Well, why do you have such an idea? Zhao Hongai was a little curious when he saw Wang Shan's confidence. Your Highness, you don't know yet. To our northeast, along the St. Lawrence River to Montreal, there is an area infested with beavers. It's an area rich in beavers, bison, and all kinds of wild animals. The French have always wanted to seize that place. Wang Shan's history knowledge wasn't great, but he knew about this place. I can't believe you know such a place. Did you learn it from a history book? Zhao Hongai asked with a smile. Wang Shan replied with a smile, I think I read it in an extracurricular book, and I remember it so clearly, that's why I have a rough idea. Zhao Hongai pondered for a moment, that's not right. If that's the case, then that area should be the border between the Iroquois and the French. Zhao Hongai glanced at the map, then pondered Wang Shan's words and asked in confusion. That's correct, but Montreal only became French territory last year. Without informing the Iroquois, they built a wooden fortress and garrisoned over 1,000 soldiers. This intelligence was extracted from Dunbar by the geneticists, so Wang Shan knew it all. Oh, I think the French are about to stir up trouble. Taking it without permission, the Iroquois will definitely not let them go. Thinking of the Iroquois' attitude towards their land, Zhao Hongayu began to worry about the greed of the French. Yes, the greedy French. But I don't think the French are afraid of the Iroquois. They've significantly increased their military strength in the Quebec region. With their powerful firearms and sturdy fortresses, they're confident they can defeat the Iroquois. And, Your Highness, don't forget, there are still many vassal tribes under the French's protection. Zhao Hongayu nodded. This is going to be interesting. Let them fight, Your Highness. I'm thinking that the massacre of the Iroquois outlying tribes may be the prelude to a major war. Wang Shan offered his prediction. Let them fight, and we'll sit back and watch the tigers fight.
Zhao Hongyu pulled a Dakianman cigarette from his pocket, struck a match, lit it, and took a deep drag. Punch. So punchy. And a bit spicy. That's how cheap cigarettes are, but it's nice to have a cigarette. It's better than smoking Indian cigars, which is better to avoid. He handed Wang Shan a cigarette and tossed him the match. Wang Shan smiled and took it. Yes, Your Highness. We're just going to sit back and watch the tigers fight, watching them fight to the death. If necessary, we can even provide some assistance to the weaker party, right? Wang Shan also lit a cigarette, took a drag, and chuckled. A sinister fellow, but very much my style. Zhao Hongyu raised his finger and pointed at Wang Shan, jokingly scolding him. Instead of feeling ashamed, Wang Shan chuckled proudly. Pick a time to make contact with the French. And see how strong their military is. That way we can make an assessment. After all, they're potential enemies, and we might even clash with them in the future. Zhao Hongyu took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled. Amidst the smoke, Zhao Hongyu's expression darkened. Preliminary intelligence gathering? Of course, Wang Shan agreed with His Highness's plan. Planning ahead is a good habit, how could he not support it? And His Highness was right, the French were also potential enemies. If Zhao Hongyu and his men wanted to seize the Great Lakes and all of Canada, they would inevitably have to engage in war with the French. The French, after all, collected nearly millions of furs from Quebec every year. And that's not counting other precious metals and other valuable products. It was obvious they wouldn't give up on such a treasury. If they refused, conflict was inevitable. Therefore, it was essential to gather military intelligence before the war even began, even when the enemy was already on bad terms. While Europeans of that era knew how to conduct intelligence operations, no matter how they prepared, they couldn't prevent Zhao Hongyu and his men. Okay, I'll send someone to contact them, Wang Shan replied. Zhao Hongyu raised his hand, extending his right index finger and shaking it. No, I want to meet them in person. I also want to know what the French, who are about to usher in the reign of Louis Xi, are like now. A mischievous smile spread across Zhao Hongyu's face. Wang Shan curled his lips, thinking, what kind of experience are you talking about? They're clearly here to see the jokes of the French of this era. Paris still has toilets full of shit and piss, what's there for them to experience? In his heart, Wang Shan held the Europeans of this era in deep contempt. His sentiments were shared by all the Gene dwellers in Manhattan. With the exception of a few of the most utterly idiotic fans, most held the Europeans of this era in deep contempt. All right. Since Your Highness wishes to personally approach them, let's find an opportunity. Wang Shan shrugged and reluctantly agreed. By the way, Wang Shan, Zhao Hongyu suddenly grew serious. Send more sentries. Considering the attacks on the Iroquois outposts, our guards here must be more cautious. We must not let anything go wrong. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's seriousness, Wang Shan also grew serious. Yes, Your Highness, I'll send more sentries, both visible and covert. Something like the Iroquois will never happen again. Absolutely not. Wang Shan knew Zhao Hongyu's caution was justified. Now that the Iroquois villages have been attacked, it proves that one or more groups are currently operating in the area. Their intention is clearly to cause destruction. Now that Zhao Hongyu and his team have arrived in the area, who knows if they might be mistaken for an attack. It's best to be cautious in such matters. Dividing line, Quebec. The city established by the French on the upper reaches of the St. Lawrence River was also a foothold for the French in the Americas during this era. Originally, it was the only settlement, but with the establishment of a second settlement, Montreal, last year, all centers of gravity began to shift to Montreal. However, most merchants still prefer to reside in Quebec. The reason is simple, the establishment of Montreal would attract Iroquois attacks. Therefore, compared to the dangerous Montreal, Quebec is much safer. In the middle of the St. Lawrence River, a galleon slowly sailed downwind. Because the St. Lawrence River flows directly into the Atlantic Ocean, European ships could enter the river directly at its mouth and sail upstream to reach Quebec City. This saved a lot of trouble, and also avoided a lot of danger. For Europeans, the American continent was a world full of wealth and legends, but it was also full of danger, death, and cannibalistic indigenous peoples. Of course, there were cannibalistic indigenous peoples in South America, but saying there were also cannibalistic peoples in North America was a bit unfair to the Indians. However, when all the adults scared the children in this way, the false became true. Besides,
No one would refuse the opportunity to go directly to Quebec without setting foot on the relatively dangerous land. On the deck of the galleon, a person wearing the popular musketeer costume in France was standing there. But if you looked at her chest, you would find that she was a woman. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to register as a member of 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 195. A Widow. Madame Samuel, welcome to Quebec. The galleon docked at the simple pier outside Quebec City. The woman, dressed in the musketeer's uniform, stepped onto the dock, accompanied by several guards. 46-year-old Leon, Quebec's administrator, personally greeted her with several soldiers. Clearly, this woman was quite influential. The daughter known as Madame Samuel glanced around after stepping onto land, then raised her hand to touch the brim of her wide-brimmed hat and tilted her head slightly to Leon. This is my husband's fiefdom. I'm here mainly to see what's going on here. Leon leaned forward, a flattering smile on his face. Is the Count all right? I haven't seen him in 5 years. A trace of sadness crossed Madame Samuel's fair face. He died 2 years ago of typhoid. Oh, what a pity. It's a loss for the nation. Leon, quite cooperative, also expressed a look of sorrow, but whether he truly felt that way was unknown. Madam, are you here to see the Earl's fiefdom? Leon asked. Madame Samuel nodded, removed her black kid gloves, and handed them to a guard beside her. I'm here to see my late husband's fiefdom and take away the furs I acquired this year. This is the only fiefdom our Samuel family has left, so I had to come and see it. The Samuel family, a French noble family virtually unrecorded in history, rose to prominence and vanished just as quickly. It was the ancestors of the Samuel family who first discovered and arrived in Quebec. It was thanks to the founding of Quebec City that the Samuel family survived and enjoyed significant economic growth. However, since the death of the last Samuel man, the French royal family is now considering nationalizing Quebec. Madame Samuel, the widow, has become a target of covetous interest from some of the great nobles. While Quebec may not rival the prosperity of Europe, its production of furs and precious goods is equally appealing, despite its remote location. The furs shipped back annually are worth millions of gold livres, a vast fortune. Therefore, whoever controls Quebec controls this immense wealth. Imperial power wasn't yet so powerful, so while the royal family was interested in Quebec, the great nobles were also eager to get involved. Madame Samuel knew that she was now a golden sheep being watched by wolves. This was the sorrow of being a widow, especially one with immense wealth. Madam, you may have come at an inopportune time. We are preparing for war with the Iroquois, said Leon, the administrator, bowing slightly to Madame Samuel. The war with the Iroquois ended long ago, and my husband even signed a peace treaty with them. Why is it starting again now? Madame Samuel's eyes flashed with a cold light upon hearing this. Mrs. Samuel's husband had been a drafter of the war against the Iroquois several years earlier. Earl Samuel and the men of his family had all participated in the conflict and perished in it. It could be said that the men of Earl Samuel's family had sacrificed their lives to protect their fiefdom. Earl Samuel was also seriously injured, forcing him to return to Europe to recuperate. To maintain lasting peace, Earl Samuel signed a truce with the Iroquois after his departure. Thus, peace prevailed between the Iroquois and Quebec. After several years, peace had prevailed, but now, war had begun again. Mrs. Samuel was deeply curious. However, as the heir to the Earl's estate and fiefdom, she was no fool. She knew there must be something hidden. Furthermore, the repeated deaths of the men of the Samuel family during the war with the Iroquois a few years earlier were a very strange occurrence. After all, the men of the Samuel family who participated in that war were not the usual European aristocratic gigolos. They were all strong and young warriors. Therefore, their deaths were somewhat strange. It was for this reason that Count Samuel decided to leave Quebec and return to Europe when he was seriously injured. He also told his wife about his doubts and confusion, so, Mrs. Samuel was still aware of the situation in Quebec. And she came here this time, not only to see the fiefdom, but also to avoid those nobles who were spying on her. However, after arriving in Quebec, Mrs. Samuel found that the situation here was not as good as she had imagined. First of all, the administrators here were not sent by the family, but were directly affiliated with the royal family. And those people sent by the family did not come to greet her. In this case, Mrs. Samuel would not understand. Those managers sent by the family must have either betrayed the family or died here inexplicably. Putting aside the peace agreement we've reached with the Iroquois, who started this war, Madame Samuel, accompanied by Leon, boarded a carriage and slowly journeyed towards Quebec City. On the way, Madame Samuel questioned her. "And I haven't seen any of the administrative personnel sent by our family. It's just that you and I aren't very familiar with them." Although a widow, Madame Samuel was no pushover. Aristocratic widows of that era were no simple women. Especially one like Madame Samuel. Otherwise, she wouldn't have guarded the Samuel family inheritance for so long. It would have been devoured by those who coveted her. Therefore, under Madame Samuel's gaze, Leon felt a tinge of pressure and fear. While Leon was indeed affiliated with a royal family, the means he employed to become an administrator in Quebec were anything but shady. Quebec's remote location, coupled with limited communication, created loopholes and opportunities for many. Consequently, those loyal to the Samuel family in Quebec City either died suddenly or disappeared. In the end, those loyal to other factions seized control of Quebec. While on the surface, Quebec still appeared to belong to Widow Samuel's estates and fiefdoms, in reality, they had been divided up. All they needed now was a semblance of legal status. With that legal status, they could launch a full-scale attack on the other factions. After all, seizing the property of another noble was deeply despised on the European continent. If word got out, the reputations of those nobles would be tarnished. "Little girl, you're a widow, what's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong you are, you're still a woman." Leon, reflecting on the reality of Samuel's current situation, slowly began to lose his fear of Widow Samuel's gaze. He straightened his body slightly and looked her in the eye. "Widow Samuel, the situation here is quite special. Please allow me to explain it to you. However, I urge you to leave as soon as possible. After all, war is imminent, and it would be disastrous if you were hurt." Faced with a naked threat, Widow Samuel narrowed her eyes. "Oh, thank you so much for reminding me. I'll keep that in mind. But please try to ship the goods I need as soon as possible so I can return, okay?" Mrs. Samuel didn't dwell on the previous point any further. "Madam, with the war approaching and it's still winter, we don't have many furs on hand. We simply can't meet the quantity you requested." Believing he had seen through Widow Samuel's superficial weakness, Leon became nonchalant. He thought, how could a widow whose entire family had been wiped out cause any trouble? He had no intention of giving Mrs. Samuel the furs anyway. He didn't believe she'd dare to do anything to him. Besides, there really weren't that many furs in Quebec. They'd been divided up among several powerful factions. 5 days ago, a ship had returned from Europe, its hold filled with furs. It could be said that with all the men in Samuel's family gone, many evildoers had emerged. Their blatant abuse of power for personal gain was something many people couldn't imagine. Seeing Leon's now carefree demeanor, Madame Samuel showed no surprise. This was all within her expectations, so she wasn't surprised at all. "That's not right. In February, 30,000 furs were shipped from Quebec and unloaded at the port of Marseilles. If I remember correctly, that ship belonged to the Aussay family. I wonder if they were paid." In May, Lady Esmeralda, representing the royal family, took 150,000 furs from Quebec and loaded them onto 4 ships for shipment to Manhattan. I wonder if they were paid for those, too. September, Madame Samuel smiled at Leon, recounting the events that had occurred before winter. Leon's once relaxed expression gradually turned solemn. As Madame Samuel spoke, beads of sweat formed on Leon's forehead. Damn it! How did she know all this? Seeing Leon's forehead dripping with sweat, Mrs. Samuel's smile widened. "Leon, there are some things you can't hide for long. You know, you can't keep it secret, so what, Mom? Is there any way you can stop it?" At this point, Leon knew that no matter how he tried to argue, it would be useless. Besides, there were no men left in the Samuel family, and he was just facing a widow. What was there to be afraid of? So, Leon suddenly became arrogant. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to 138 Reading Literature to register for membership. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 196. My name is Sarah. Mrs. Samuel maintained a smile, showing no significant emotional fluctuations. 138 Reading, novels faster and better. 138 Reading, everything was under her control and within her grasp. I'm not planning on leaving Quebec this time. By the way, your 2 children are adorable. Mrs. Samuel simply said this to Leon, who had become aggressive. But that very sentence caused Leon's pupils to shrink instantly. What have you done to my family? The color drained from Leon's face,
replaced by a pale pallor. How could he not hear the subtext in the woman's words? She must have controlled his family. Your children are fine and safe now. Your wife is also very good. You don't have to worry about that, Mrs. Samuel said to Leon with a smile. By the way, it's not just your family. Bonnie and Durant's families are all being well taken care of by me. Well, she had taken care of all their families in one fell swoop. No wonder this woman had the guts to come to Baker and tell him about the events before winter arrived. She came prepared. Despicable, Leon spat out the word indignantly. Despicable, Mrs. Samuel sneered. Compared to what you've done, what I've done is nothing, right? Facing Mrs. Samuel's question, Leon retorted. Indeed, what they've done isn't much better. Furthermore, what they've done is deeply shameful, filthy, and immoral. Leon, you've gone too far. And you've forgotten that Quebec is our Samuel family fiefdom, our private domain, not the property of the forces and supporters behind us, Mrs. Samuel warned. But all the men in the Samuel family are dead, aren't they? You're just a widow. Do you think you can hold on to this family fortune? Leon scoffed. That's my business, not yours. But I want you to understand one thing, Quebec, at least for now, still belongs to our Samuel family. After hearing this, Leon fell silent. She's right. Now we are the legal heirs and owners. The people they're messing with right now are essentially doing someone else's bidding. They're essentially employees. Spit out what you've eaten from me, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, your family, Mrs. Samuel paused at the end, but even a fool could understand the meaning. Madam, a word of advice. Even if you're the legal heir and owner, you're only a woman. Don't worry about that. Worry more about your family, Mrs. Samuel said coldly, looking at Leon. Historically, Mrs. Samuel disappeared after arriving in Quebec. Eventually, Quebec fell into the hands of the French royal family. The exact circumstances surrounding this are unknown. However, the Samuel family's utter disappearance from history is an undeniable fact. How many events have been lost in the vast history of histories untold? But Mrs. Samuel, like many others, didn't know that the rules of history, once meant to be followed, had been distorted by an outsider. After all, the presence of a man like Zhao Hongyu in this world, like the constant fluttering of a butterfly's wings, often affects many things and many people. The thin threads in the hands of the goddess of fate also became tangled. Tell the others I need to check the accounts. No one should even think of escaping, for their own sake and for the sake of their families. Faced with the aggressive widow, Leon chose to remain silent. As Mrs. Samuel had said, they now had to consider their families. Damn. This woman was so ruthless that she had actually gathered their families together before coming. It seemed she came prepared. I should discuss this with the others. Leon made up his mind. Now he needed to join forces with others to deal with Mrs. Samuel. He couldn't deal with this woman alone. Although his family was in Mrs. Samuel's hands, they were not without a chance. First, they had complete control of Quebec. Mrs. Samuel, the legal owner, had no power of her own. Those on Galen's ship may belong to the Samuel family, but they were nothing. If it weren't for the fact that his family was controlled by Madame Samuel, Leon would have dared to use his own power to kill them all. The carriage quickly pulled into the Quebec fortress, and upon entering, Leon hurriedly took his leave. Madame Samuel let out a long breath, her whole body trembling slightly. It turned out she had been faking it. Several guards led Madame Samuel to the house that had once belonged to her husband, and she moved in. As she journeyed, Madame Samuel observed the fortress's activities and found the soldiers and passers-by lacking any interest in her. While they saluted, their greetings were largely perfunctory. Her heart sank. I can't stay in Europe anymore, and it seems America isn't going to work either, Madame Samuel said, sitting in her husband's former room, a bitter taste in her mouth. Leon then sought out a colonel affiliated with Duke Durant's faction and relayed Madame Samuel's message to him. This colonel, named Bonnier, was the highest military commander in the fortress, wielding supreme power. If Count Samuel were still alive, this guy could still be suppressed. But now that the Count is dead, this guy has no one to restrain him. Don't panic, Leon, she's just a woman. After harshly scorning Leon, Bonnier finally offered him some comfort. They then met with the others and discussed the matter regarding Madame Samuel. Ultimately, they came to the conclusion that they should send someone back to Europe to ask for help from the various powers in retrieving her family, and then deal with the widow here. But before that, they had to be patient and lie low. With a common goal, everything would be easy. They found Madame Samuel, confessed their sins, and promised to return the stolen money in full. Madame Samuel was, after all, a woman. How could a sheep possibly defeat these wolves? If nothing unexpected happened, history would have erased her from memory. However, people who should have appeared in this era had already appeared, making many things uncertain. Madam, a group of hundreds of people has been spotted in the distance. They say they are from the Manhattan area and belong to the Song Empire. That day, a strange group arrived outside Fort Quebec. Madam, these are the Song people from Manhattan. Their wares are incredibly popular right now. Porcelain and other goods that are popular in Europe right now are produced in Manhattan. Leon and his companions perked up when they heard they were from the Song Empire. How could they not know who these people were? Their biggest profit now came from Manhattan. Mrs. Samuel had heard about this and was very curious about these Song Empire people. They were then allowed into the fort. Well, unlike the Indians, their appearance and behavior were very different. Mrs. Samuel made an immediate assessment at first sight. Leon and a few others went to greet them and began chatting with the Song Empire people. A short while later, a young man, led by Leon, approached them. He looked young, perhaps 15 or 16. He had eyes as deep as black gemstones and an exceptionally handsome face. Unfortunately, a long scar marred his face, and Mrs. Samuel sighed inwardly. Madam, this is the Crown Prince of the Song Empire, His Royal Highness Zhao Hongaiu. Leon's expression was incredibly excited. He had never expected the Crown Prince of the Song Empire to actually come to Fort Quebec in person. He figured that if he could establish a good relationship with the Crown Prince, wouldn't he get a larger share of Manhattan's merchandise in the future? That's money. Compared to those damned Iroquois, the people of the Song Empire deserved a good reception. This is Mrs. Samuel, the owner of Quebec, lord of the family fiefdom, and heir to the Samuel family. Leon introduced Mrs. Samuel. Greetings, madam, you are very beautiful. Zhao Hongaiu took Mrs. Samuel's extended right hand, bowed slightly, and kissed it. At the same time, Zhao Hongaiu secretly took a look at the widow. She was dressed like a musketeer, with a long, wavy blonde hair. With her piercing blue eyes, delicate fair face, a pair of large breasts, and long legs, she was truly a beauty. Zhao Hongaiu sighed. Compared to her, Emma was a real washboard. Zhao Hongaiu wouldn't do anything to Emma, but he was no pushover to the older European women. Especially after hearing that the beauty before him was a widow with a noble title. Zhao Hongaiu had the impression that European noblewomen were all very lustful, so he didn't have to suppress his lust. In Zhao Hongaiu's deep eyes, Mrs. Samuel sensed a burning flame. For a widow, this look was all too familiar. It signified lust. But unlike other people who would find this look offensive, Mrs. Samuel didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust at the lustful look in the young man's eyes. This reaction was strange to her. Logically, she should have hated it. Pulling out her hand, Mrs. Samuel's heart raced. Just now, when Zhao Hongaiu had held her hand, he had secretly scratched the palm of her hand with his fingers. The tingling sensation spread from her palm to her heart. You can call me Sarah. Samuel is my husband's last name. A blush crept across her fair face. Somehow, the young widow revealed her real name to Zhao Hongaiu, to be continued. If you enjoy this work, please register as a member at 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. What the hell is going on? Sarah wasn't very old, only 30. Women of this age are in the prime, their estrogen levels surging, and they were in the prime. She exuded the allure and fatal allure of a mature woman. Add to that her good looks, and Zhao Hongaiu's allure was immense. Despite Zhao Hongaiu's youthful appearance, within his body lay the soul of a true adult. Sarah hadn't imagined that in such a savage world filled with danger and indigenous peoples, there would be such a graceful and handsome young man of a different race. Of course, his handsome face was marred by a long scar, which filled Sarah with a pang of sadness. It was like a flaw in a fine work of art. Even Venus had a broken arm, but that didn't diminish her beauty. The same was true of the young man before her. Sarah felt a gentle, spring-like warmth in this young man, accompanied by a surge of confidence and pride. This confidence and pride emanated from him. Although he tried not to show it, Sarah, a woman with a keen sixth sense, could clearly sense it. Furthermore, the song people who had accompanied him all possessed this same aura. What kind of capital could possibly nurture such a man? Sarah couldn't help but be curious. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it's usually not far from falling for him. Sarah didn't yet know what her future would hold. The boy's development was so pure that for a moment, Sarah even wondered if he had ever been to France. "Your Highness, have you ever been to France?" Sarah asked as they led Zhao Hongyu into the fortress. Zhao Hongyu smiled and replied, "No, but my teacher was a linguistic genius, and I learned from him." With a random excuse and a fictitious teacher, he had managed to fool Sarah. Oh, so there was a teacher. This teacher must be incredibly talented, but considering he's the crown prince of an empire, it's not surprising he could find such a teacher. Ultimately, Zhao Hongyu's status as the crown prince played a role, preventing Sarah from getting suspicious. Zhao Hongyu kept stealing glances at Sarah along the way. It had to be said, Sarah's figure was truly amazing. Her round, perky hips swayed with her movements, making Zhao Hongyu secretly swallow his saliva. "Damn, I've been holding it in for over a year, and this feeling is unbearable," Zhao Hongyu muttered to himself. Sarah, on the other hand, felt as if a burning gaze were watching her from behind, making her feel a little uneasy. "Is Quebec your fiefdom?" Zhao Hongyu broached the topic. The two had been walking along in a somewhat dull atmosphere, and a break in the awkwardness was crucial. Zhao Hongyu had also heard this from the person who had greeted him, so he was very curious. Of course, he was also trying to divert his attention. It wasn't right to stare at a young widow. If he acted too frivolous, wouldn't he leave a bad impression? Sometimes, a gentleman should pretend to be decent. Besides, Zhao Hongyu was a little puzzled. He had the impression that Quebec was occupied by the French, but how did it become a noble fiefdom? There was no record of this in history books. Could it be a butterfly effect? So, Zhao Hongyu asked. "Many years ago, an ancestor of the Samuel family sailed here. According to the laws of the time, he became the owner of this land. The royal family also stated that this land would be the territory and fiefdom of the Samuel family." Sarah answered Zhao Hongyu's question softly. "What's wrong with me? Why is my heart beating so fast? This is really strange. The other party is just a young boy from a different race, and so young." Sarah's heartbeat was accelerating, and she felt a little flustered. Honestly, Sarah's feeling was completely unfounded. After all, this was the first time she and Zhao Hongyu had met. But the problem is, there are words like love at first sight or unfortunate fate in this world, and her meeting with Zhao Hongyu was a case in point. Things in this world are often hard to explain, especially the fate between people. "Madam, are you feeling unwell?" Zhao Hongyu asked with concern, noticing her slight tremor. He reached out to support Sarah, accidentally touching her breast. Quite sensual, and nice to the touch. He wondered what it would feel like if he could grasp it with his own hands. Zhao Hongyu's own observation suggested the widow's breasts were definitely 39 centimeters, and he guaranteed they had no implants. He loved them all natural. "No, nothing." As Zhao Hongyu leaned in, Sarah's legs gave way and she fell onto him. "Oh my god, so easy." Zhao Hongyu was almost incredulous. If it were the 21st century, the openness of those foreign women wouldn't be a big deal. But this was 1620. And she was a widow with a noble title. Could she possibly be a bit reserved? While Zhao Hongyu thought this, his hands weren't idle. He'd already wrapped his arms around Sarah's waist. Good, no resistance. It looked like dry wood had finally found a scorching flame. But I can't be so impatient. This thing tastes best when it's simmered slowly. Besides, she was a widow. Sarah was also in a state of confusion. She felt like a complete idiot. Her performance today had been utterly awful, and it had come without warning or reason. She had never imagined she'd harbor such feelings for a young man she'd just met for the first time. The thought of this made Sarah even more overcome. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu held her steady, or she wouldn't have been able to walk. Only she could feel a surge of heat rising from her lower abdomen and settling down below. Shameful. Wang Shan, following behind Zhao Hongyu and Sarah, chuckled slyly. Haha, that Spanish perfume is indeed effective. It seems this young widow can't escape. It turns out Sarah's behavior was due to the perfume Zhao Hongyu had sprayed on her. Since Manhattan was frequented by Spanish merchant ships, Wang Shan, curious, Ask the merchants for a bottle of perfume. This perfume has only a light, delicate scent, which doesn't affect men. But it's incredibly potent on women. Wang Shan experimented with it a few times and found it effective, so he kept it. He hadn't normally used it on Zhao Hongyu, so it hadn't affected Emma either. This time, he accompanied Zhao Hongyu to French Quebec and used it on his own prince. Wang Shan figured, since they were in white territory, he should let his prince relax. Staying suffocated all day wasn't a big deal. What if he got suffocated? He hadn't anticipated that this perfume would actually affect a noblewoman, the Lord of Quebec. At that moment, Wang Shan suddenly felt the need for a plan. He felt that it was quite possible to capture French Quebec without a fight. He remembered that the Habsburgs had expanded their territories through marriage, so perhaps His Highness could do the same. Furthermore, this widow was beautiful and had a stunning figure. His Highness would likely not refuse. Moreover, marrying her would allow them to legitimately capture Quebec, without the French even having to object. Besides, even if they did object, would the Manhattan army be so shrewd? Thinking of this, Wang Shan turned to chat with Leon, deliberately asking about this noble widow. Mr. Leon, as the administrator here, I have some questions for you. Leon dared not neglect Wang Shan. He knew she was a favorite of the crown prince, and someone he couldn't afford to offend if he wanted to expand his market share. Ask, Leon said, bowing slightly, his expression respectful. Our main purpose this time is to sign an agreement to expand trade and open a trade route. I originally thought I could just sign it with you, but after seeing that lady today, I realized she's the real boss in Quebec. So, I'm wondering if we have to sign this agreement with her. And we never knew Quebec was actually a private territory. Wang Shan looked regretful and helpless. We've been in contact with the people of Quebec for 6 months now, and we're all relatively familiar with each other. But getting to know this lady again is going to be very troublesome, Wang Shan said carefully. If possible, could you tell me a little about her? That would make it easier for us to deal with her. My biggest worry right now is that she's not easy to deal with, Wang Shan told Leon a flurry of lies and truths. Honestly, some things are simply irrelevant to outsiders, because the people of the Song Empire don't know Countess Samuel at all. There's no interest in them. Therefore, Leon decided to tell Wang Shan some things and try to gain his favor. Perhaps this would bring some benefits in the future. Besides, they were here to sign an expanded trade agreement, so that woman had to be excluded. So, Leon smiled and lowered his voice to Wang Shan, don't worry about that woman being difficult to deal with. She'll be gone soon. Our trade will continue smoothly, and she won't be an obstacle. Wang Shan knew something was up immediately after hearing Leon's words. But he remained calm and said, what's going on? Is there something going on here? If possible, please tell me the truth. I don't want any impact on our trade. If you have any problems, we wouldn't mind signing an agreement with the British or Spanish in Virginia. Leon's words fluttered. How could he possibly give the Spanish and British an advantage? But Leon was right. After all, they still needed to open up trade routes, so some things needed to be shared with the other party to ensure they were fully informed. This would benefit both sides. It's a little awkward to talk here. If you can, please follow me. I'll introduce you to a few people, Leon said as he pulled out a bag and shoved it into Wang Shan's hands. Wang Shan's face immediately lit up with a brilliant smile. Don't worry. Tell me the truth so I can be confident and explain things to His Highness. Otherwise, if His Highness asks, I won't know how to defend you. Wang Shan's acting skills were impeccable. You're more tactful than the British and better than the Spanish, so I think it's absolutely right to work with you, the insidious Wang Shan said to Leon in a serious tone after pocketing the bag. All crows are evil. If you accept the money, it means this thing has a future. Leon's mood brightened when he saw Wang Shan put the bag away. This way, please. Leon glanced at Zhao Hongyu and Mrs. Samuel, then gestured for Wang Shan to follow him. You stay with His Highness and ensure his safety. Don't let anything go wrong. I'm going to have a drink with this friend. Wang Shan instructed the geneticist guards before leaving. Yes, sir, the geneticists responded in unison. Madam, let me help you inside to rest. I'll come visit you tomorrow. Zhao Hongyu sensed something was amiss with Sarah. Even the throes of love wouldn't be like this. A blush crept onto Sarah's face, staining her cheeks a brilliant crimson. Her azure eyes were watery, and she let out a soft, barely audible moan with every step. The arm around her waist could clearly feel her body trembling,
each step an effort. This was something completely out of the ordinary. Zhao Hongyu had no idea the entire problem was caused by the perfume he'd sprayed on her. Supported by him, Sarah leaned against him, and the delicate scent was constantly inhaled, stimulating her even more. Sarah constantly battled the rising passion within her, and it was incredibly grueling. Unlike other noble women, Sarah wasn't the type to indulge herself. Several times along the way, Zhao Hongyu wanted to hand Sarah over to the French guards, asking them to take her away. But Sarah stopped him each time. Finally, Zhao Hongyu had no choice but to help Sarah back to her room. "Madam, I'm leaving now. When you're feeling better, we'll discuss the trade agreement." Zhao Hongyu turned to leave, but was unexpectedly stopped by Sarah. "Please, please, please don't go." Then, with Sarah firmly grasping his shoulders, Zhao Hongyu turned away. Sarah's face flushed, her breathing was heavy, and she had already pulled down her top, revealing her Venus-like figure. What the hell was going on? Zhao Hongyu felt his mind racing. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please register as a member of 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 198 Your Highness, a God-given opportunity. Zhao Hongyu was a normal man, and he couldn't remain indifferent to such temptation. Sarah wasn't the tiny Emma, she was a truly mature woman. Besides, Zhao Hongyu had already been tempted the moment he laid eyes on Sarah. Now, with Sarah's touch on him, how could he hold back? In one night of ecstasy, 9 flowers blossomed and withered. Zhao Hongyu had unleashed all the energy he had accumulated over the year. Sarah hadn't touched another man since her husband's death, and despite the pressure from all sides, she finally had a rare chance to let loose. It was truly a case of dry wood meeting fire, a wolf meeting a tiger. Adding to the effects of the Spanish aphrodisiac Zhao Hongyu had taken, the two of them let loose even more. The next morning, Zhao Hongyu heard Wang Shan outside and emerged from his room, supporting his aching back. Wang Shan winked at his prince with an ambiguous expression. "Your Highness is truly brave." All in one night, upon seeing Zhao Hongyu, Wang Shan gave him a thumbs up. Zhao Hongyu rolled his eyes. "That woman is too powerful. Fortunately, we're not any worse off. After all, we've been baptized by Japanese action movies, and in the end, we're still victorious," he said shamelessly to Wang Shan. "Your Highness, this way. I heard something interesting yesterday." Wang Shan gestured for Zhao Hongyu to follow him. Zhao Hongyu raised his hand to stop Wang Shan, saying, "Wait a minute. I need to tell my family." "You can't just put on your pants and turn away." He didn't realize it. His Highness was a man who was kind and gentle with women. Wang Shan chuckled to himself. However, he didn't intend to stop Zhao Hongyu, because the widow in the room was the key to his new plan. If His Highness could capture her, it would be the best. Furthermore, Wang Shan didn't believe that the woman would be completely devoted to His Majesty just by sleeping with her. That was simply unrealistic. Besides, Europeans' concept of chastity was different from that of the East. After sleeping with her, she would be forced to follow you around. Whether or not the widow could be won over by her will depended on the methods of His Highness Zai. Otherwise, his new plan would remain a pipe dream. "Go, Your Highness, but hurry. I have something important to say." Zhao Hongyu turned and walked into the room, approaching the bed. Sarah had long since woken up. Unlike the Chinese woman, she didn't shy away. Instead, she opened her eyes and gazed at Zhao Hongyu with her deep blue gaze. Last night's frenzy had taught Sarah a lesson about the abilities of this alien youth. While her heart hadn't yet been won over by Zhao Hongyu, at least her body no longer rejected him. Zhao Hongyu came to the bed and sat down, looking down at the woman with whom he had been intimate. "I have something to do outside. Wait for me. Once I'm done, I'll be back with you. You are mine now. Remember that?" Sarah blinked. She didn't understand what the young man meant. "Let's just treat last night as a dream. Let's all forget it," Sarah sighed and said to Zhao Hongyu. "What? Do you regret it?" Zhao Hongyu frowned at this. Sarah shook her head. "I was very happy last night. It was the first time I've ever been so happy. But the age difference between you and me is too great. Being together is simply impossible." Sarah wasn't a little girl, she couldn't think so simply. Besides, she was in a lot of trouble right now, with so many unresolved issues. How could she possibly have the energy to talk about a boyfriend or girlfriend with Zhao Hongyu? If it weren't for the Spanish aphrodisiac yesterday, it's hard to believe anything would happen between her and Zhao Hongyu. Sarah, in my country, when a man and a woman have a relationship, he is responsible for the woman. And love knows no age, identity, or nationality. I just know that I fell in love with you the first time I saw you, Zhao Hongyu shamelessly said to Sarah, pulling out the lowbrow tactics he'd used to pick up girls in school. While they were lowbrow, they worked well with women. Love. Sarah fell silent. Ever since her family had married her off to Count Samuel, Sarah had lost all her girlish fantasies. The word love had long been banished from her mind. If she had met this young man 15 years earlier, it would have been fine, but now. Sarah gave a wry smile. She didn't believe she had the right to love at her age. Zhao Hongyu reached out and caressed Sarah's face. Don't underestimate yourself, Sarah. You're a very beautiful woman, exuding the charm of a mature woman. I can see you've been having a hard time. If that's the case, why don't you come with me? I can let you live a life of carefree living. Sarah didn't refuse Zhao Hongyu's touch, she even narrowed her eyes slightly, enjoying it. I have a heavy burden on my shoulders. I can't let it go and go with you, my little lover, Sarah said to Zhao Hongyu with a smile. Alright, go and talk to your men about serious matters. Since you can't forget what happened last night, then you can be my lover. Sarah blushed at the mention of Zhao Hongyu being her lover. You know, when her husband was alive, Sarah hated and despised women who kept mistresses. But now, she herself had become such a woman. Zhao Hongyu remained silent. He could tell that this woman, with whom he had spent a single night, held something in her heart that she couldn't let go of. Okay, get some rest. Maybe I went too far at the party last night. Zhao Hongyu stood up and whispered to Sarah. Sarah's fair face flushed even more at Zhao Hongyu's words. What a nuisance. She's so young, yet she's got so many tricks, some of them so embarrassing. Her husband was quite staid, and they'd been married for 10 years, doing the same thing for the same reason. So, Sarah had assumed that this was the norm for relationships. Add to that the fact that the late Count Samuel wasn't very effective in some ways, and Sarah had never experienced the thrill of ecstasy. But last night, Zhao Hongyu had given the widow a different kind of passion. So, it could be this way. Zhao Hongyu gently closed the door, and Sarah stared at it, thinking to herself. Lying in bed, Sarah's mind was filled with images of last night's passion. Thinking of herself, under the boy's command, striking all sorts of risque positions, and uttering those groaning moans, Sarah felt limp. Alice. She'd never experienced anything like this before when she was with her husband. Only then did she realize how incompetent he truly was. If it weren't for the need to preserve the Samuel family's last remaining fortune, perhaps following this alien boy to his kingdom would have been a pleasant experience. Unfortunately, the Samuel family still had so many women to care for, so she couldn't just leave. What's so important about you that you're being so secretive? After comforting Sarah, Zhao Hongyu reappeared and approached Wang Shan, asking. Your Highness, it's not convenient to talk here. Please follow me. Wang Shan's reserved tone piqued Zhao Hongyu's curiosity. Following Wang Shan, Zhao Hongyu arrived at a room. This is the room they assigned me. We lived here when we were in Quebec. Wang Shan entered and paused, turning and bowing to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu stepped inside, looked around, and sat down on a chair. Tell me, you're so secretive. What did you find out yesterday? The more secretive Wang Shan was, the more Zhao Hongyu felt this was a serious matter. Wang Shan couldn't possibly be acting this way. After closing the door and placing two geneticists outside, Wang Shan finally came over and sat down beside him. Your Highness, this is a godsend opportunity. We might be able to easily take Quebec and Montreal. Zhao Hongyu was stunned for a moment, then realized. Tell me what's going on. Wang Shan's suggestion of an easy capture of Quebec naturally piqued Zhao Hongyu's interest. The only remaining forces in the north were the Iroquois and the French. If they could be conquered, then practically all of Canada would be under Zhao Hongyu's control. While there might still be some small tribes scattered around, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't take them seriously. After defeating Quebec and the Iroquois, and eliminating the threat from the north, Zhao Hongyu could focus his efforts on Virginia to the south. Although he was currently engaged in trade and commerce with the British, these were merely necessary measures in the early days. Zhao Hongyu now possessed the military power to destroy Virginia, so he wouldn't wait any longer.
With Virginia defeated, Zhao Hongai would essentially have no serious rivals in North America. He could focus on developing his own territory. At that point, Zhao Hongai, controlling all of North America and Canada, could exploit mineral resources and expand the West. With the support of the time trader, building a city at least at the level of Republican-era technology would be a breeze. If that wasn't enough, building a city at the level of 19th century technology would probably be enough. However, all of this required defeating the French and Iroquois to the north. Only with the pressure and threat from the north eliminated could Zhao Hongai fully focus on conquering Virginia. He didn't want to be attacked from both sides. Opening two fronts was unwise. Furthermore, if war broke out, Manhattan would inevitably be attacked from the sea. These are all things that Zhao Hongai has to consider and prevent. Chapter 199 We need a justification. Your Highness, do you know that, 138, French Quebec is actually the family territory of that widow, that is, the private territory of Count Samuel's family, and it does not belong to France, Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongai in a low voice with excitement. What? Zhao Hongai was also surprised when he heard this. He did not expect Wang Shan to say such a thing. Are you sure? Zhao Hongai thought to himself that this was too impossible. Wang Shan answered seriously, nothing is impossible. This is the fact. Moreover, the personal safety of the young widow is somewhat in danger. Because the men in Count Samuel's family are all dead, the title of nobility was inherited by this young widow. And Quebec, the territory belonging to the Samuel family, was also inherited by her. When Wang Shan said this, Zhao Hongai understood a little. It seems that the problem must lie in this Quebec territory. As expected, Wang Shan continued, all the men in her family are dead. A widow acquiring such a vast territory is bound to attract attention. The nobles and the royal family are all eyeing it covetously, hoping to claim it as their own. Over the course of the night, Wang Shan had gathered a wealth of intelligence from Leon. Besides, Leon had no intention of withholding information from Wang Shan. After all, they had no vested interest in the matter. Leon had told Wang Shan this in the hope that he would give them time to address the Quebec situation. Once the Quebec issue was resolved, the work of establishing a trade route could begin. However, Leon and his men had no idea that the Quebec situation was Zhao Hongai's target. Their efforts to deal with the young widow had provided Zhao Hongai and his men with a perfect opportunity. Furthermore, by some strange coincidence, Zhao Hongai had even become intimate with the young widow, a development Leon and his men and the forces behind them had never anticipated. Your Highness, imagine this. A little widow guarding such a vast expanse of land, it's like a little lamb telling the big bad wolf to come. Wang Shan pinched his nose and acted funny, but Zhao Hongai couldn't laugh. Glancing at Zhao Hongai, Wang Shan continued, the local administrators, military officials, and tax collectors are now affiliated with other factions. And those loyal to the Samuel family have basically been dealt with or disappeared. Zhao Hongai's heart surged as he listened to Wang Shan's account. He couldn't help but sigh, people will do anything for the sake of profit. For Quebec, is it worth it for those nobles to do this? Zhao Hongai asked quietly. But he quickly realized he'd misspoken. Is it worth it? Of course it is. Besides the land, this place also boasts a wealth of natural resources. The furs alone could bring the Samuel family millions of louis a year in profit, no small sum. Therefore, in the eyes of those nobles, Quebec is a treasure trove. The royal family also deeply regretted turning this land into the Samuel family's territory. And even Zhao Hongai himself was now eyeing this land. So, his question about whether it was worth it was a mistake. Of course it's worth it, Your Highness. Without waiting for Zhao Hongai to explain, Wang Shan spoke up. Let's not talk about the animal for the metal minerals here are very rich. You should know this, Your Highness. Even if we're not after those metal minerals, occupying the land can be used to cultivate and grow food. In Wang Shan's eyes, the land of Quebec was worth it, no matter how dirty the means. Therefore, he didn't think there was anything wrong with what Leon and the others did. If you were to do it, Wang Shan would probably do it even more dirty than the forces behind Leon and the others. The process was not important, Wang Shan cared about the result. These guys falsified the revenue and passed the furs collected in Quebec directly to the various forces behind them for sale, rather than accounting for them. The Samuel family, aside from holding a nominal stake, has essentially lost control of Quebec. Wang Shan sat up straight, his voice gradually rising. And the widow noticed something was amiss. So she came to Quebec herself to eliminate these people. Wang Shan relayed Leon's words verbatim, letting Zhao Hongyu understand what was happening in Quebec. The widow is quite resourceful. Before she arrived, she had already captured the families of these people and hidden them elsewhere. It seems she's been cornered, Wang Shan concluded. Zhao Hongyu didn't speak immediately after hearing Wang Shan's revelation, but pondered and digested the information. Then, he asked Wang Shan, Leon and his men won't just sit there and wait for death, right? Don't they have any tricks up their sleeves? I doubt the forces behind them will give up this land of wealth, so I'm sure they'll take action. Hearing this, Wang Shan smiled and nodded, Your Highness, you're right. Leon and his men definitely won't just sit there and wait for death. After all, millions of Louis Dugu is a lot of money, and there's no way they'll give it up. What are their plans? Zhao Hongyu asked. They've already sent people to Manhattan, preparing to board a merchant ship bound for Europe to inform the forces behind them of what's happening here. Leon and his men will definitely keep Sarah safe, while the forces behind them will rescue her family. Once her family is rescued, I don't need to explain what will happen to widow Sarah. Zhao Hongyu fell silent. How could he not know about these people's tactics? Your Highness, this is our chance, Wang Shan said, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Zhao Hongyu. Didn't you sleep with that widow? If you can win her heart, we can easily take over Quebec with the power of Manhattan. We can also gain a legitimate claim, and no one can say anything. Wang Shan laid out his plan. Zhao Hongyu gave a wry smile. It was a strange coincidence that I fell in love with that widow, but I don't think she's stupid enough to not see our intentions. Wang Shan curled his lips. She's just a woman. It all depends on your ability, Your Highness. Zhao Hongyu pondered it for a moment and decided that this wasn't a bad idea. By the way, Wang Shan, I consider myself a pretty good-looking guy, but what happened yesterday was incredibly strange. Was that woman a bit of an nymphomaniac? Otherwise, how could she have done something like that the first time they saw me? Zhao Hongyu had been puzzled by this. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's question, Wang Shan smiled like a weasel who had succeeded in stealing a chicken. Your Highness, the truth is, Wang Shan then told Zhao Hongyu about the perfume incident, which finally made Zhao Hongyu understand why Sarah, the young widow, was acting so strangely. Damn, they were using this method. I had me thinking that woman was a bit of an nymphomaniac. It turned out the whole problem was the perfume. Wang Shan, you're being a bit dishonest. You didn't even tell me about this. I thought I was so charming that I could make someone lose control after seeing me, Zhao Hongyu said, looking at Wang Shan helplessly. Your Highness, you looked fine yesterday. I'm doing this for your own good. It's not good to hold it in all the time. Wang Shan came up with a plausible excuse. Why did you insist on spraying me with perfume after looking through the telescope yesterday? I guess you saw that woman a while ago and had this idea in mind. Wang Shan didn't reply, only letting out a silly laugh. Wang Shan knew Zhao Hongyu wouldn't do anything about this, considering he'd spent an entire night with that woman. In reality, Zhao Hongyu had gotten a great deal. Your Highness, what are your thoughts on this? What else can we do? We'll just pretend for now. We can't let Leon and the others see anything. And I'll just get along with Sarah. It'll take at least 6 months for Leon and his men to deal with Sarah, after calculating the time it would take for a merchant ship to travel back and forth across Europe, as well as the time it would take to rescue Leon and his family, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan. Wang Shan thought for a moment. 6 months is plenty of time to do a lot, Your Highness, that's the first thing. I have a second thing to tell you, and it's just as important. After discussing the widow Sarah, Wang Shan changed the subject. Oh, what else? Zhao Hongyu snapped back to his senses. Wang Shan's expression turned extremely serious this time. He said to Zhao Hongyu, Leon and his men are planning a war with the Iroquois. If war breaks out, Sarah, the widow, will be powerless. If war breaks out, they can also seize the opportunity to eliminate this woman. You must be on guard. Zhao Hongyu frowned. He knew that if Sarah died, Wang Shan's plan would be shelved. After all, Wang Shan needed Sarah alive, and he could use her as a pretext to mobilize Manhattan troops. With a righteous cause, the European nations would be reticent. But without it, things would become more complicated. With a war between Quebec and the Iroquois, Zhao Hongyu and his men would need to carefully plan to maximize their advantage. Do you think we should inform the Iroquois? Zhao Hongyu asked. Of course we should, but I don't think the Iroquois would believe us. After all,
We're not very familiar with them and don't have much contact with them, Wang Shan replied. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to register as a member of 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 200, Hurry up and pick up the widow. Wang Shan's words were absolutely correct. Zhao Hongyu and his team were indeed unfamiliar with the Iroquois and had never dealt with them. Although they had sent a small team of geneticists to contact the Iroquois, those geneticists had not yet returned when Zhao Hongyu and his team left Lake Ontario. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu and his team had no idea what had happened to the Cayuga tribe. Even if they had contacted the Iroquois and told the Cayuga people about the French plan, whether they would believe it or not was another matter. Why should they believe you? So, this matter was a bit troublesome. I'm worried that even if we tell the Iroquois, they won't believe it, Zhao Hongyu said uncertainly. Wang Shan said, this is indeed a difficult matter, but we must do what we must. Furthermore, I've heard from Leon and the others that they've already sent a force of around 500 soldiers, along with warriors from 3 vassal Indian tribes, into Iroquois territory and begun destroying their villages. Besides being provocative, this is also intended to eliminate as many Iroquois forces as possible. It also buys more time for Montreal. Oh, and by the way, Your Highness, I should also inform you that Montreal was built just before winter, with the goal of occupying the section of the St. Lawrence River where beavers are infested. In just one night, Wang Shan had indeed extracted a considerable amount of useful intelligence. It wasn't that Leon was stupid, but rather that they were truly incompetent in this area. After all, it was only 1620, and there were no confidentiality regulations in place for intelligence. Furthermore, Wang Shan was incredibly skilled at deceiving people, and it was impossible for Leon and his men not to fall for his trick. Besides, Wang Shan was drinking wine while chatting with them. Under the influence of alcohol, Leon and the others. You're quite capable, kid. You managed to gather so much information in just one night. It seems I was right to assign you to intelligence work. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Hongyu looked at Wang Shan with great satisfaction. Wang Shan was quite modest. It's not that I'm so amazing. It's mainly because these unsophisticated people didn't care about keeping this information confidential. Plus, I promised to stand by them and secretly signed an agreement with them to expand their porcelain share, so they trusted me completely. They thought we would definitely stick with them. Especially after signing the agreement, since that widow couldn't give us anything. Wang Shan chuckled grimly. Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan, feeling both amused and embarrassed. That's just the European unsophisticated people of 1620. Even a high school student wouldn't trust you that much in later generations. Zhao Hongyu was telling the truth, and Wang Shan knew it. Your Highness, I may only be a junior high school student, but in this era, I'm a highly educated person. If I can't even fool a few country bumpkins like these, I'll have wasted 9 years of study and earned my junior high school diploma. Wang Shan puffed out his chest and said to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu raised his finger and pointed at Wang Shan, truly sarcastic. Most of the Chinese genetics people in Manhattan have graduated from high school, right? Only you and Song who graduated from junior high school, and Zhang Tai even graduated from a technical secondary school. It turned out that among the genetics people in Manhattan, Wang Shan and Song who were the least educated. Wang Shan rolled his eyes, somewhat unconvinced. Your Highness, you can't compare us two to those with Chinese genetics. You have to know that compared to people like Ramal from Somalia and Sharma from the Gurkhas, Songhu and I, with only junior high school education, are already quite high. Well, Zhao Hongyu had to admit that Wang Shan was right. The Somali blacks were generally illiterate, and the same was true for the Gurkhas. On the other hand, the Indians working as patrol officers and urban management officers had decent academic credentials, most of them having graduated from junior high school. So, Zhao Hongyu couldn't really refute Wang Shan's words. Why don't you compete with those powerful ones? Why do you have to compete with those third world powers? Zhao Hongyu was at a loss for words. Your Majesty, don't you still have 300 million in funds? I suggest we quickly cultivate genetically modified humans in Lake Ontario. When the war breaks out, we can fish in troubled waters. After chatting and laughing with Zhao Hongyu for a while, Wang Shan suggested. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, I do need to consider cultivating genetically modified humans now. I think the war will start in a month at most, and we won't be short-handed by then. Thinking of the Lake Ontario camp, including the men he brought with him,
There were only about 600 people in total. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but feel worried. Wang Shan, how many troops does Quebec have? Now that they had a plan, they had to carefully plan it. If Yan was taking advantage of the situation, Zhao Hongyu would need to have a significant military advantage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to suppress the Iroquois and the French. Zhao Hongyu also needed to consider the military strength and capabilities of both sides. The Iroquois were easy to deal with. Zhao Hongyu had a good idea. However, he was less clear about Quebec's military strength. That was why he asked Wang Shan. After all, Wang Shan had been drinking with Leon and the others the previous night, and he didn't believe Wang Shan wouldn't inquire about this. Hearing this, Wang Shan smiled calmly and said, "Hey, of course I've inquired about this. I'm not stupid. I always have to plan ahead. Plus, those guys aren't really prepared for me. I'd be a fool if I didn't take advantage of it." Then, Wang Shan shared all the information he had gathered about Quebec with Zhao Hongyu. French Quebec has 38 settlements and a population of over 60,000. It's fair to say that each settlement had a significantly larger population than Virginia. However, they're now largely abandoned, having become the home base for daring merchants. The reason is simple: the war with the Iroquois several years ago. The French in those settlements left the settlements due to the war and established a small city northeast of Fort Quebec. Fort Quebec was used as a garrison. In other words, Zhao Hongyu and his companions didn't reach a French town, but only a military fort. This didn't matter. After all, the French relied on the soldiers in the forts to govern and rule the Quebec region. The Quebec fort had a garrison of approximately 4,000 men. Montreal also had a garrison of 2,000, bringing the total number of French troops in Quebec to 6,000. Furthermore, within the 60,000 population in the rear, a militia could be formed in case of emergency, totaling approximately 10,000. If the elderly, the weak, and the disabled are not included, the number could reach 30,000. After all, when faced with a matter of life and death, even the most aging Frenchman in Quebec would go to war. Therefore, the French military strength was considerable, boasting a regular army of 6,000 men and a reserve militia of over 10,000. This totaled at least 20,000 men. This number was larger than the warriors Zhao Hongyu commanded in Manhattan. Furthermore, the French in Quebec relied on over 50 Indian vassal tribes. These tribes ranged from populations of over 10,000 to several thousand. Mobilizing these tribes could form an army of 100,000. It was precisely because of these Indian vassalages that the French were able to fight the Iroquois on equal terms and maintain their position in the war several years ago. So the French should have a military strength of 120,000 men. Zhao Hongyu frowned upon hearing Wang Shan's words. In his opinion, the military strength of both the French and the Iroquois was far greater than that of the British in Virginia. Even compared to his own, they were not inferior at all. Even though this was still the age of cold weapons, flintlock rifles wouldn't necessarily be effective against a chaotically charging attack. Your Highness, there's no need to worry. It's true they possess such military strength. But considering their logistical issues, I don't think they can mobilize a force of 120,000 men at once. Wang Shan remained calm, not at all as worried as Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, possessing a force of 120,000 men is certainly impressive. But they can't really mobilize that many all at once. After all, the aftermath is somewhat difficult to resolve in this era. Wang Shan's reminder instantly relaxed Zhao Hongyu. Wang Shan grinned. So, in my opinion, a force of 10,000 men is probably their limit. The same goes for the French and the Iroquois. They can't possibly deploy that many soldiers at once, but they possess such war potential, so we have to take that into account, Zhao Hongyu added. Wang Shan nodded. Your Highness, you're right. The Iroquois and the French possess great war potential, but we're not weak either. When it comes to fighting to support war, they can't match us. Zhao Hongyu understood the meaning behind Wang Shan's words. Wang Shan, if we can avoid using force, we should do so. After all, the lives of geneticists are lives, and the lives of Indians are lives too, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan seriously. Wang Shan sighed. Your Highness, you're good in every way. But sometimes you're too soft-hearted. You know, a nation's rise cannot be achieved without bloodshed. Besides, we can't win the approval of all Indians. If we develop the West, we might end up treating them like the United States in later generations. Zhao Hongyu knew that his own softness was sometimes a problem.
It was just that he wasn't like those people in novels, who would start a war at will and kill people without frowning. It wasn't that Zhao Hongai wouldn't kill. After all, he had been in this era for over a year and had experienced many things and conflicts. But if it were possible to avoid killing, Zhao Hongai would still choose not to. After all, he wasn't a murderer or a butcher. Your Highness, let's not dwell on this issue. You won't be able to control many things anyway, so let's not talk about it. Wang Shan felt it was unnecessary to criticize his own emperor on this issue. Zhao Hongai nodded. Well, there's really no need for us to dwell on this issue, Your Highness. What you need to do now is to find your way and quickly seduce that widow. If you can get her to marry you, then we'll have the legal right to enter Quebec. Zhao Hongai waved his hand. I'll give it a try, but I want to know how you plan to deal with the Iroquois. According to Wang Shan's plan, Quebec was easy to deal with. As long as he had the right to do so, it would be easy to take control of it. Moreover, with this legal basis, the garrison wouldn't provoke much resistance, and there wouldn't be any other problems to worry about besides that one villain. But what about the Iroquois? After all, after occupying Quebec and Montreal, Zhao Hongai and his men would have to deal with the Iroquois. What else can we do? We'll win over those we can, and we'll fight those we can't. Of course, it would be best if we didn't have to do anything. As Your Highness said, we can't afford to sacrifice too many of our Chinese genetics. Wang Shan raised his hand and touched his smooth chin. So, Wang Shan was talking about people with Chinese genetics. It seemed that in his heart, apart from those with Chinese genetics, other people like the blacks, the Indians, and the Gurkhas were not on his radar at all. He was indeed a deep-seated admirer of the supremacy of Greater China. You, men, can't you put away your imperial Han tricks? Zhao Hongai was at a loss for words. Wang Shan looked at Zhao Hongai seriously and replied, Your Highness, that's impossible. In the future, the white people are the boss, and I refuse to accept that. Now that heaven has given me this opportunity, I must help the Chinese people rise up and make those white people inferior. It was clear that this was Wang Shan's ideal. Wang Shan, that's why you created the 8 banners of the Song dynasty, right? Zhao Hongai shook his head, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a drag. Wang Shan reached out and asked Zhao Hongai for one. Your Highness, tell me the truth, do you enjoy seeing those white people calling you slaves? Snap. He struck a match, lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a green smoke ring. Ugh. Zhao Hongai was really at a loss for words after Wang Shan's question. To be honest, watching those white people from Virginia officially become bond servants after a period of training in the training camp was really enjoyable for Zhao Hongai. This point is absolutely not to be lied to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to register as a member of 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.